What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all once again. We are back, baby. It is another Saturday, and thankful to be here. Thankful to be able to chop it up with you guys. Blessed to see another day as well as we all should be. Unfortunately, the weather stinks, but it is what it is. I'm sure it's dealing with it, but definitely in the New York area, it's rainy. I think it's like a high of 53 or 54, something like that. I don't know. It's around there. It is what it is, guys. Take the good with the bad. I mean, sometimes you need these days. It sucks that it's a Saturday, but I guess you know what I mean. Go out, run your errands, get your grocery shop, and do your laundry, whatever you got to do. Set up stuff. Today's movie day or something, man. Movie day. The Knicks play today, so you got some entertainment. There's gonna be some things to do. Um, but we start your day off right with a little know the ledge. You know what I mean? Salute to the chat. Appreciate all you guys. Hope y'all doing well. My guy Walter Blackman, what's good, Walter? Hope you're doing well, brother. Appreciate you as always. Uh Knicks are nice. What up, Pudge? He says my Knicks will be the 7th seed this year, tournament champs. Okay. I mean, the tournament champs thing, I mean, listen, whatever that means, that might be a little something for the confidence if they could win that. It'll definitely help the fringe players who don't make the millions and millions of dollars. If they could win that tournament, they get some bread, so that would be great. Um we surveyed 100 people in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Mega NYK, my guy called Mega's in the building. Folks, let's go. What up, Mega? What's good, Money Grip? Salute. Appreciate you. Dwayne Dennis in the building. Salute, my guy. Hope you're doing well. Let me see here. I'm in the build. Oh no, wait. My guy DSJ is in the building. What up, Delano? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Eric Wallace is in the building. What's good? Good morning. DJ Space Ghost. Buenos dias, DJ Space Ghost. What's good, brother? Animal Lex is in the building. What's good, Animal? David L. What's good, my guy? Oh, hold on. Got that. It looks funky because the green screen, but obviously it's a green cup. Got the Grinch cup already out. Let's a little look. Already got the Merry Grinchmas. Don't judge me. Well, it's the morning cup of Joe or Joanne. Just saying. Real takes over. Excuse me. Ooh, I'm a little coughed up. Real takes over fake debates. What's good, my guy SB in the building? Salute to you, my brother. Man, you've been pumping out some quality shows, man. I sometimes, I may not always be in the chat because I'm on the move, but I'm watching. I'm listening, should I say? Brooklyn Butch is in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. He says Karl would be a nice pickup, but who are you guys trading to get him? That is the question. That is the question, SB. I don't know. Don't know. We'll talk about it. That's the question. Do I think we got enough to get him? Yes. It's not a question of whether we want him or whether he's a good fit for the Knicks, but could we get him? I think so. I just don't know if Knick fans would be happy with what it would take to get him. That's a whole nother question. Yeah, man. Listen, I see you. I hear it. I know. I get it. Believe me. Sometimes, I wish I could slow down, right? And really focus on this stuff. Like if I didn't have no, let me not even say that. Put that in the atmosphere. If I was a little freer with my time, then I could really get busy, man. But I get a little too overwhelmed with everything got going on, and it's hurting my brand, man. No, but seriously, I got to start streamlining this stuff and carving out some more time for all this stuff because with still Knick fans, with the NBA wrap up, with keeping it Ron, and with me trying to do this audio podcast thing. Just not enough time for everything, and I don't want to start doing something new and then not dedicating the time to it. So I don't know, the audio podcast, I don't know, maybe it's got to sit for a longer period of time, I guess. I don't know. Because I got to really focus on this other stuff that I'm currently doing. And I got to keep getting my keeping it Ron going, man. Because my R&B heads know I gotta show love to the streets, man. R&B music needs to be out. Anyway, iGamer is in the building. Salute, iGamer. Appreciate you, bro. He said, I don't know. That contract is very high, especially when we have to pay Brunson in 2 years. It's a fact. But listen, it's going to be that way. That's the thing. We're not there yet because one, it's something that a lot of NBA teams are going to have to start getting used to with the new higher end salaries. There's going to be some NBA teams that are paying two star players big money at the same time, like the big money. So it's going to be a new thing, and the Knicks are trying to jump into that realm, so they may be forced to be in that realm too. Look, Knicks have been playing around with this whole thing for a minute, man. And sometimes you got to say, look, are we going to continue to build it and do what we're doing and just hope we catch lightning in a bottle and these guys all get it at the same time? Or are we tired of doing that and we're just going to go for it? And now we're going big three. And maybe Brunson is one of the big three. We go out and get ourselves a Joel Embiid or a Cat or somebody like that, and also get a Donovan Mitchell. Like just big three. Let's just go. Let's go. I know it's a lot of money. Let's go. We got it. Because they do got it. You just have to kind of move other contracts around or get them off the team, but they can do it. Do they want to do it that way? That's the question. But that is the way that some teams have had success. There's other ways, but that's a way as well. Hasn't worked for everybody, but it's worked for a couple teams out there. So we'll see. Jersey Shore in the building. What's good? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. I hear you, iGamer. I hear you. Yeah. So we'll see. It's going to be very interesting watching how this whole thing plays out. I think that nothing's going to happen right now, right? No moves are happening right now. This is going to be in season stuff. The Knicks are just going to, they're paying attention to a lot of things. We'll talk about it, but that's all it really is. They're just looking at a lot of things and they're going to keep an eye on a lot of stuff. The Knicks get off to a slow start or things look a little dysfunctional. They may try to, you know, uh, jump on a trade or something as soon as possible. Once the trade market opens up late January, early February, wherever it is, they may try to do something right out the gate before things get worse and before players around the league start to feel a certain way about the team. Like, oh, maybe they're not going in the right direction. You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't matter in the trade because if you're going to trade for somebody, it's not really up to them. It's up to the organizations. But you know what I mean? Still, because even if you make a trade, a lot of times nothing's going to happen too significant this year. It would be going into next year. And so you're also going to need to be able to continue to show that product for free agents because you're going to have to build out that roster with the best you can. And a lot of times that requires veteran players who can play basketball at a decent level and understand the game to take pay cuts to come play with you. And that requires you to show them that you got something that they need to be a part of. Because that's what it is. We've never had that. That's why we look around in awe of the other teams like the Lakers and whoever else, the Miami's back in the day with LeBron and all that stuff. Like, why do these guys go to this team and take less money? Because they just want to be a part of a chance to win a championship. So we'll see how it works out. Almighty Finesse in the building. What's good? Appreciate you. CAA only Zion. Oh boy. Oof. Yeah. I mean, listen, we'll see. It all depends. It all depends on who they get and how they make it work. Because you never know. As I said before, Randle likes Embiid, and Embiid is cool with Randle. They got a nice little friendship going on. So you never know. If the Knicks could figure out a way to keep Randle and Embiid, I could see it happening because Embiid wants to play center. He plays center. He's cool. So you could do that in a certain way. It's a little different. It's a little clunky. Randle would have to be out there on the perimeter, but I guess really when you think about it, Randle doesn't mind that. He plays out on the perimeter anyway. We always complain that he don't get down low and really get inside the paint and be where we think he'll be most effective. So having an Embiid in that area would definitely help him. And then, but you still need one more. Like, is that enough? Is Embiid, Randle, and Brunson enough? I don't know. I don't know. I think Embiid, Randle, and like a Mikal Bridges would be nice. I'm talking too much. That's pipe dream, but you know what I mean. Like if you can get a player that's maybe not at the top level yet, but can give you everything you need as far as cleaning up the defensive side, can score some, and can do different things to help the team. Add it to Brunson, add it to Randle, add it to Embiid. That could be enough. Listen, we can't go too crazy, guys, because the other thing is like some people were like, oh, listen, man, I don't know if that's enough. They might need another scorer, all this stuff. Well, that player that's like a Mikal Bridges, like him, doesn't mean him, could give them a little extra scoring that they need, and whoever else they have left on the team. Because remember, Denver was not a super team and they won the championship. Yes, they had a superstar player, but don't discredit Joel Embiid. Like he is an MVP for a reason. You might say Joker's better than him, and it's okay, that's fine. But Embiid can play. And whatever faults Embiid might have in the playoffs, that's where you hope you have a guy like Brunson who can step up and help. That's where you hope Julius gets it together if he's still with the team. You need that stuff. And that other player that I mentioned that is just a solid basketball player could come in and might make a difference. You don't necessarily need three big stars to come in, or I mean, two other big stars to come in. It could be one and a half. As long as you can still keep a Randle. Now, if Randle's got to go in a trade, then I do think you need to get two big stars. But anyway, it's more to talk about. Shout out to Nick of Time Show. What's going on? Jay Ellis, what's good, my guy? Hope you're doing well, brother. Angel Torres is in the building. Salute. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's wild. I don't know, Almighty Finesse. I don't know. That's wild. He says Embiid, Randle, and Ingram. Yeah, I don't know. Because Embiid is, not Embiid, Ingram is like 6'10", right? Something like that. I think he's 6'9", 6'10". That would require him to play the small forward. I don't know. Does he live well at that small forward position? Because he's more like a power forward for his team. He's got the quickness and the maneuverability. I guess he could play small forward. It's just he's maybe. That's interesting. But I hope you mean Embiid, Randle, Ingram, and Brunson, because if Brunson ain't here, it ain't gonna work. Ingram has shown you some flaws in his game. He's definitely a special player, but he can't stay healthy. But even when he's healthy, like he's out there, just watching how he played with the FIBA games and how he was used and how he got frustrated and he couldn't figure his way out of that. That's interesting thing. It's kind of telling. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. He's still a phenomenal player. It's just you got to watch how the fit works, how the mix works. I remember it's only one basketball, and I think Embiid will be fine. He could always find ways. I think Randle would be fine in that mix. I don't know if Ingram would be fine, man. How does that ball move around? How does he get involved? And then if you don't have Jalen Brunson on that team, how does that work? And then Jalen Brunson is another person who has to have the ball to be able to do things. So I don't know. He might be a little tricky. Might be a little tricky with that mix. I'm not saying I wouldn't take, Jay Ellis says, I think it's enough if Grimes develops. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. That's why it's key for some of these players that we've had on the team trying to can hope that they continue to develop and take that next step. And I think people have been kind of we'll talk about it a little bit more, but I think people have kind of been jumping the gun a little bit. It's one preseason game and people are like, oh, looks like the same old Knicks. It's preseason. It's crazy, man. Knick fans are rough. Knick fans are rough. Knicks won today in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. He said, what's good, Ron, in the chat? Gots to hook up Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. Might take till free agency in 25 and 26. Yeah. I don't know. By that time, we in trouble, bro, because by that time, the window will have been changed. Julius may be out of here naturally. Brunson, I don't think he's going anywhere, but we would have paid him big bucks by then. So I don't know. Tibbs' initial contract would be over. So then it's like, who's the coach? Does Tibbs come back? That's all interesting. It's all kind of funky. All right. So let me do this, guys. Let me put this in the chat. Just in case if anybody wants to come up and chop it up, by all means, you are welcome as usual. Lion of Judah in the building. Shalom. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Grand rising to you as well. Hope you're doing well, bro. Yeah, that's the thing, JLS. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know, man. Can he be I don't know. Like normally I'll just say, yeah, I mean, we'll see. You never know. You got to try it out. But just the way everything happened with the FIBA games, like I don't know. And it's not necessarily his fault. Like Kerr was playing the team and running things the certain way that he wanted to do it. But I mean, on that team, you didn't have any like bona fide superstar player that I gotta defer to this guy. It was Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson was in the mix. You had Josh Hart. You had the kid from the Lakers. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Those were the guys that were getting featured a lot. And Ingram couldn't find his way in that, and he got frustrated. I don't know. I think if you a baller and a bucket getter the way he is, I think you could find a way to fight through that and make it so that Kerr says, "Oh, I got to have Ingram out there. Let's instead of us trying to run the ball through Anthony Edwards, let's start featuring Brandon Ingram and run the ball through Brandon Ingram." You know what I mean? That's just I don't know, man. I just think about that a little bit. I'm like, I like him, but let's see. Austin Reeves. Thank you, DSJ. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. Need that. Oh, and Jaren Jackson Jr., right. So, like, yeah, when you look at the names of players, right? Brandon Ingram could have got busy and did his thing in that bunch. But for whatever reason, he was stuck and couldn't find his way through that. So that concerns me. How you put him on a team with possibly Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, and Joel Embiid. What you think Brandon Ingram's going to do in that mix? I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay, I hear you, Almighty. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. They did. Yes, they did. Salute G Money. What's good, Gideon? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Appreciate you. Yes, smash the likes. Listen to this man. Yes, please. If you can, hit that like button. Yeah. Do what this thing tells you to do. Yes. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So, guys, let's hit the intro. We'll come back and we'll chop it up and get into all of this good stuff. Find the damn intro. Oh, hey, you guys always surprise me. I never know you're there. Anyway, yeah, man, we are back. We doing it the way we do it. So let's get into the first topic and just knock this out. Just so we can get some clarity, a little clarity. You know what I mean? So, guys, yes, Julius Randle confirms the Skechers deal and parts ways with Nike. Right? We already kind of knew this was coming. We just didn't hear anything from Julius about it. And pause. I'm watching y'all out there. I know y'all watching Cam and Mace. Everything's pause. Whatever. We just didn't hear it from Julius himself confirming that was the case, but he has since confirmed it. And basically said what his reasoning was. So poor Stephen Bondi, Julius Randle on his deal with Skechers. He says it's an opportunity to do things outside of the box and things I might not have been able to do with Nike or Jordan. It's the fourth largest shoe in the world. They have a market and now they're trying to tap into a different market. So he basically just wants to, take this opportunity to be on the cusp of something new, be at the forefront. He'll be one of the initial people. I think it was him and I think somebody said Trey Mann. Trey Mann is another one who might be part of the new Skechers deal, at least initially. And of course, there's probably some other NBA stars that are going to jump at the opportunity to get involved, but Julius Randle is at the forefront of it. So it kind of tells you a couple things. It tells you, one, he feels like with Nike and Jordan, he's just another athlete, and he wants to be able to kind of uh be in a position where he gets a little bit more notoriety and be able to do some different things and possibly build the Skechers brand with his likeness, right? The other thing it tells you is at this point in Julius Randle's career, Julius is trying to get to the bag. All right. He took your pay cuts. He's a good team player when it comes to, like, let's build this thing up. I'll take less so you can use more money to do. Now it's time for me to get my bread. So once again, he's trying to get that big bread. That's why he wants to be at the forefront of Skechers. Once again, when his contract is up with the Knicks, he's trying to get that big bread. So this is all signs just telling you where Julius's headspace is at. Like, look, I'm getting older. I got my family. I've been through a lot of stuff. It's time to win. But outside of winning, I need to get my bread. So, yeah, I can dig it. I mean, it is what it is. Gotta respect it. If he was a different guy, always running after the money and not doing what he's done, then you can maybe look at it differently. But no, he's been that guy that's taken less for the team and showed that he's about the team. So can't fault Julius for that. No one can watch that guy's pockets at all. Not that you should be watching guys' pockets, but I'm saying, like, if you watching his pockets, you got a problem. You know what I mean? Because that ain't right. So shout out to Visions in the building. Salute. What's good? I hope you're doing well, Visions. Good to see you. My guy, International Andy in the building. Pew, 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 pew. What up, International Andy? Hope you're doing well, man. I'm sure the weather's probably nicer where you're at than it is over here today. Thank you, Pudge. I appreciate that. Yeah, get me to 3K. I don't mind. Appreciate you. um, JJ in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Oh, let's go. Drip more in the building. That's right. The preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community is in the building. Let's go. And if y'all haven't checked out Drip More's YouTube channel, please do, man. You get to see them exclusive styles, them exclusive cuts. And hey, maybe at one point you're in Drip More's area of the woods. I wouldn't put it past you to do that, man. You come in the New York area or whatever you got going on, and you need yourself a nice little cut. Go see Drip More, man. I mean, I assume Drip More is in the New York area. I never asked you. That's funny. I'm just assuming. But wherever you're at, facts. Get your bag, Randle. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. It's about, listen, sometimes like you gotta I know we say a lot of things about Julius Randle, but when it comes to what he has actually done for the team, what he was been willing to do, you gotta appreciate the guy. And let's not forget, not even just the taking less when he signed his 4-year contract. Don't forget when the Knicks were trying to turn this thing around, when we were moving away from Clee Anthony early and Alonzo Trier and these guys, Julius and RJ were the first look at that new, regime coming in. He was making 18 million per to come play with the Knicks when other people weren't coming over here. So once again, you got to give Julius some props, man. Yeah, Coach Sire. Yeah. What's going on, brother? Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So, oh, let me say what's up to White Falcon. White Falcon, salute. What's good, my brother? He says Skechers. Oh man, I guess. Get your bread, big dog. Can't wait to get those big donuts by Skechers. The big donuts. Hey man, listen, right now he doesn't have a signature shoe, but maybe they'll give him a signature shoe. But that's gonna take some time. And then once those pop off, maybe it'll be a look and a style that people can rock with. Listen, any shoe brand could come out with something hot. Like the Under Armour Steph Curry's. I don't think I really like Under Armour sneakers for the style usually, but those Steph Curry's, I think he's got a white and gold pair and then a black and gold pair. Those joints is fire, and they sell them in like a two-piece together, which is smart marketing. Um, those look pretty good. Like every shoe brand can come out with something that looks pretty decent. So let's see. Let's wait and see where they at. Um, Let's see here. Oh, shout out to Double A. What's good, my guy? Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for the generous super chat. I hope you're doing well, my brother. He said, "Salute, Big Ron. Would love to join you, but got some load construction going on in my house. Blessings to you and yours." Yeah, no problem, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hey, just you being here listening. If you could do that, that's great. And hopefully the construction stuff is going on pretty good and doesn't drive you crazy. But you know what I mean. So thank you again, man. Salute to you, brother. Um, yeah, no more pay cuts. Exactly. Yes, sir. That's that. Yes, sir, Jay Ellis. He wants his money, and he's due. He's due. Knicks won today. The contract that Cat has is an issue. Yeah, yeah. I get it. I get it. That is what is concerning a lot of people. Um, And so the whole thing is, do you think that Carl Anthony Towns is worth that type of money? No, don't know. So let's take a look. All right. Let's take a look. Um, so all right. Let's share this. Why don't we share this? Uh, okay. So drop this down. And let me get this out of here. Hmm. I don't know if I could make this that much bigger, but man, all these ads that you go to sites and they put all this promotional crap up. Jesus. Hey, come back. There we go. Okay. So right now, Carl Anthony Towns is currently making 36 million for this upcoming season, right? And then he is due a contract extension. His contract extension estimates are at the following. Whoa, I went too quick. So it's estimated that he should get or be due, per his achievements being in the NBA and all that crap, around 49 million base, almost 50 million, right? 2024, 2025, 53 million, and 2026, 57 million, and by 2027, $61 million. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot of dineros. That's a lot of bread. So yeah, man. I know. I hear you. Yeah. That's a lot of bread. I don't know. I'm gonna have to pull up. Yeah, we gotta hold on. We gotta pull up Carl Anthony Towns numbers again. See, see what it looked like. What it looked like, because I don't know. That's a lot. A lot of bread. And don't get me wrong, I know he's got good numbers, but I have to take a look at this again. All right, let's share this and see what this is looking like. Okay, so Carl Anthony Towns. Hmm. Hmm. See if we can make this bigger. All right. So as you guys can see, yeah, he is averaging 23 points for his career. So, it's putting up numbers, shooting 83.5% from the free throw line, averaging 11.2 rebounds for his career. A little under a steal, 1.3 blocks, shooting 39.5, so 40% from 3 for his career. 52% from the field. I don't know, guys. And he's averaging 3.2 assists from the center spot. Or power forward spot, whatever. You know how they use him over there. And he don't really want to be a center, so that's important to know too. Huh. I don't know, guys. Like, these are some nice career numbers. He's a really talented player. Um, to be able to shoot 52% from the field, and he's not like just a down low in the paint type of dude. He's a stretch the floor type of guy, mid range. That's 52% is pretty damn good. And then shooting 40% from three for his career, 83% from the free throw line, and still giving you 11 rebounds for his career. He could do a little bit of everything, guys. I know we downplay it sometimes because we've seen how his personality is. We've seen some certain things with him. We also seen that he's had some injury issues that have crept up. Um, Uh, he's a baller. He's a baller. Not everybody can put up those type of numbers. So when you think about it, who's more valuable to a franchise? Keep in mind, Damian Lillard is making around that amount of money now. He's close to them numbers, the money wise. Like, is Damian Lillard that more impactful than Karl Anthony Towns? Because Damian Lillard ain't doing anything on the defensive end. Could he score? Yes. Could this 3 uh, points per game average for his career be higher on for Damian? It definitely is. But Damian getting you 11 rebounds, his assist totals might be better. I'm sure Dame gets you around 5 or 6 a game. Dame ain't getting you the blocks. The steals, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's around 1 a game. I don't know. With Dame, I don't know about that. I gotta see this. I gotta check, man. I don't even know if Dame is shooting 40% from 3 for his career. I'm not gonna put it past him. Dame is a beast, but I just, let me before I continue, I gotta know. Hold on. Hold on. I'll keep saying this. I'm just using this, like I said, just for purposes so that look at that. Damian Lillard averaging 37% from 3 for his career. Karl Anthony Towns shoots better from 3 than Damian Lillard. Now, I know Damian shoots a lot more threes, like a lot more threes. But Karl Anthony is no slouch from taking threes himself, averaging 6 a game. For his career, he's averaging 4, but last year he averaged around 5.7, so almost six attempts from 3 per game. I get it. I get it. But even in 2019, he averaged 8 uh, 3-point attempts per game. He was shooting 41% from 3. He's a good shooter. It doesn't matter. He's a good shooter. It is what it is. And let me see something else. Yeah. So steals, Dame Lillard gave you 0.9, less than 1 a game. Obviously, no blocks. It is what it is. The assist, okay, fair. My bad. He averages 7 a game. Okay. Shout out to you, Dame. Do your thing. His free throw percentage 91 last year. Shot 46% from the field. And well, these numbers is crazy, bro. He averaged 32 points per game last year. So that was nuts. But he's averaging 25 for his career, averaging 43% from the field, 37 for his career from 3, 89. So let's just say 90 from the free throw line, 4 rebounds, 6.7. So let's say 7 assists for his career, 1 steal. Mm-hmm. All I can say here is if I look at the 2 of these guys, they're very similar in the fact of their star power and their impact. That's what I want to say. I don't want to necessarily say one is better than the other because they do things differently. But if you feel Damian Lillard deserves 60 million, then I guess I'm not saying you do, but then I guess you should feel that Karl Anthony Towns deserves 60 million as well. That's all I'm saying. I know it's tricky, man, because and as far as being Knicks fans, we've never delved into paying guys this type of money either. I get it. So, but if you want that next level star that you may not be able to create on your own, and you're not drafting that player, you're gonna go get him. That's what it's gonna cost you. Oh, I don't know. There's no other way around that. If you want to get that next level type guy. And some people feel like even though Karl Anthony Towns is that next level, he's just not the one that we want. I understand. I understand. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough proposition. Ron Sarmiento is in the building. Salute, Ron. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Black Thoughts is in the building. Salute. What's good? He said, "How old is Randle? He's not worth a huge contract." Well, it depends on what a huge contract means. If you're saying that he's going to get 40 million a year for his services, I think that's around what he should be getting paid. He's 20. He's still in his 20s, by the way. I think he's 29. Might be 28. He's 28, bro. Think about that. So he's not even 29 yet. He's 28. I don't know, man. That's like the age. That's the prime age, and that's yeah. I think he's worth that money. You may not think he's worth. See, this is what as fans we have to look at. Is this player for his numbers and what he contributed to the NBA game? Is he worth this money? Yes. Is he worth it for you, for your franchise, for your team to pay this guy that money in order to get us to the next level for a championship? That's a different conversation. Julius is worth his money, but do the Knicks want to pay? Is he the guy that we should be giving him the money? Should we be the ones giving him that money, or should somebody else who is in a different situation be paying Julius? That is the question. But Julius is worth that money. It's just whether or not the Knicks should be tying up that type of money with Julius or using it for someone else. That's the question. But he's definitely worth that type of bread. Now he ain't worth no 50 million per or 60 million per. No, but 40 million per, yeah, he is. I mean, that's the going rate. He's listen, 25, 10, and 4. It is what it is. Um, okay. Let me see. Sherwin's in the building. Salute, Sherwin. What's good? I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Um, so David L says Cat is not a better power forward than Vroom. And Vroom is his nickname for Julius Randle. Mm, But why isn't he though? What leads you to believe he's not? Like, what is the big difference between Cat and Julius Randle that makes you say that? Because I already read the numbers. And listen, Julius is 25, 10, and 4. Uh, but Cat, like you see the numbers right there. 23, 11, 3, 83 from the free throw line. Julius don't shoot that good from the free throw line. 40% from 3. Julius don't shoot like that from 3. 52% from the field. I don't even think Julius shoots that well from the field. And on the defensive side, they're both a little funky on the defensive side. But Cat has the ability to play a little better defense. Maybe because of his height, he's a little taller. But whatever it is, I don't know. I guess it's preference. It's preference between these two guys who you like better. I mean, Cat is he is the better shooter, and he does similar stuff to Julius. Because Cat is a good. I mean, you guys can see it. Cat's not a bad rebounder. Now he didn't do as well rebounding last year. And then 2021 he averaged 9.8, which is basically 10. But he's a good rebounder. He can rebound. The issue with him is that Minnesota is acquiescing to what this guy wants to do and leaving him out on the perimeter a lot more too. With the Knicks, I don't care if he replaces Julius or not. He's going to have to rebound. You ain't going to be living out there in the perimeter. When we need you to get some rebounds, you better get them rebounds if you come to the Knicks. So that's another thing. It might not even be a great fit for Cat because Cat may not want to do what we ask him to do. So that's important too. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. But like I said, I'm with you, Black Thought. That's what goes back to should he get his money? Yes. Should the Knicks pay him? That's another question. iGamer thinks he's not worth 61 mil. Okay. Double A says Sherwin in the New York Post column. Tibbs says he would welcome coaching Cat, but I still don't want him. I hear that. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know, Coach Sire, because that's the thing. Like, if Cat, see with Embiid, if Embiid were to come here, you don't know necessarily if the Knicks are going to trade Randle. You don't know. People say, yeah, you would think you would trade. You don't know that. The Knicks would trade other pieces. They would trade picks. Mitchell Robinson would be traded too. But for Embiid, you don't know for sure if Randall would be included. Like I said before, those guys are friends. They have a good little connection. And you could kind of see it possibly working together because Julius already stays on the perimeter more than most people like. So he can do things a little differently. And him and Cat might be able, I mean, him and Embiid might be able to coexist. Now, Cat is a different story because Cat doesn't want to do something. And they might have to trade um, you know, Julius for Cat. It's a different story if they want to do that, which I don't think they want to do that either. I think they'd love to try to even make if they went after Cat, I think they try to get Cat here while keeping Julius. I don't necessarily know how that would work, but I don't know. Maybe Cat realizes one day, like, look, I know I don't like playing center, but I'm not winning the way I want to win the way I'm doing it. So maybe I need to go back to something different. Maybe, you know, Tibbs can get that through to him. I don't know. Knicks one today says Cat's numbers next to Embiid sizes up. Don't sleep on Cat. He shoots better and blocks the same. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Cat. Like I guess because I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't a big fan of Cat personally, so wasn't really paying attention to him and his numbers. I know he was a star player. I know he can do things, but when you actually look at those numbers, he's very talented, man. Very talented. Uh, and you can't deny it. I really didn't think he shot that well from three, though. That was kind of surprising to me, but he does, and the free throw line too. Mm. So, hmm. Let's see. Where was I? Double A. Next one today. Long Island Sound is in the building. His comment is, "Cat is a bum." I love it. I hear you. No, no, no. Double A. No, 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 no. Carl Anthony Towns' salary is crazy, and he deserves to get some crazy numbers. But Julius Randle is not going to be in the 50-60 range. He as far as time goes, he can be eligible for that type of money, but no team is giving Julius the 50-60 money. He's getting 40, maybe high 40, like kind of what Paul George is making right now, like 40. Paul George is making like high 48 at the end of his extension, 47, 48 around there. Julius can probably see that at the highest point of his extension coming up. He's not going to just jump from in the 30s to 60. No, he hasn't done enough to warrant that. And he also hasn't shown like there's certain things that a guy is eligible for, but a team doesn't have to give him that, especially if they don't feel like he's, the playoff issues with Julius. That's what brings all that down. If he was a better defensive player and his playoff numbers were consistently good, then yeah, he could warrant that 50-60, but he hasn't done that. And he knows that. I'm sure his agent knows that too. He can't get he can't get what some of these other guys are getting right now. It doesn't make sense. He's valued. He's a two-time All-Star. He's most improved player. He definitely can get a nice increase. Like I said, probably upwards, maybe goes to 50 like that on the last leg of that new extension because of all the money going up. So maybe those numbers like in the past, maybe people would go to high 47, 48, but now that there's more money floating around, maybe they go up to 50 now in that last year of the extension. But he's not going in the 50s and the 60s. That's no. Mm-mm. I wouldn't expect that. So don't compare them that way. Let me tell you right now, if the team does that, that would be ridiculous. That team is not going anywhere. Um, Travel vibes in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Yeah, no, sure. When he's got some really nice numbers. Considering it's not like he's one of those guys that take one or two threes a game. He'll jack it up, and if he's hot, he'll definitely let it fly. Um, hmm. Yeah, he's a stats guy, Sherwin. He puts up those numbers. Coach Sire says when haters talk about Cat, they get into feelings, not numbers. Probably. I mean, look, Cat has kind of left it open for people to judge him in a certain way just because of some of his actions. Cat is the type that has um, you know, not necessarily stepped up in the playoffs for his teams. That's fair too. We talk about Julius. Cat hasn't always stepped up in the playoffs for his teams either. Um, Not that his numbers were horrible, it's just that he sometimes doesn't even look like the regular season Cat, and he definitely hasn't taken it to the next level because that's what you expect from a star type player. You expect them to step up in the playoffs, right? If you're averaging 20 a game, maybe now you get to that 22, 23, like you're something goes up when it comes to your play, your level of play. Pause. I feel like I gotta watch everything these days. It is what it is. See what I did there? Um, so yeah, I think that Cat has some issues too. Then we also know that Cat um has that little thing where sometimes he kind of backs into a shell. Like he kind of instead of being aggressive and playing tough, he sometimes cowers and gets low, like internally. You don't seem like the same Cat, right? Uh And we also know that he says that he doesn't want to play center. That's not a good look for a 7-foot guy to not want to play center in the league where centers are at not that easy to come by, and he's a special one. So stuff like that, I think, turns people off of Cat. But you can't deny his ability and his talent. He is a beast. He is a beast. Delano Steele says Carl Anthony Towns puts up good numbers, but he's not a centerpiece for winning basketball, or else the Wolves would be mainstays in the postseason. That's true. That goes to what I just said. Like when it comes to them going to the next level, when they get to the playoffs, like they've had good moments where the team has played well collectively. Cat has done his part, but as far as stepping up and carrying the team, being that he is the best player, say what you want about Anthony Edwards. Carl Anthony Towns is the dude on Minnesota, and he still is. He still can be the dude because he's got the same everything that Anthony Edwards can do. Carl Anthony Towns can do right now. Now, Anthony Edwards might take it further as he gets older in the league and understands more about his game and what he can do and picks his spots. But right now, he don't do the stuff that Cat does. Cat fills up the categories, like, and that's more impactful for the team when he does that. Shooting from three, shooting from the field, hitting those free throws, putting up the points, getting the rebounds, dishing out assists, getting a block, you know, or two or whatever he does. That's really impactful for the team. And Anthony Edwards is still, he doesn't necessarily hit all the ancillary stats that I like to say that these players who are going to the next level need to worry about. You got to do more than just score. Uh, Andy says, "Nah, Ron, when you go above 50 a year, you better be getting your team to the finals. Cat can't get himself to the playoffs." Well, that's fair. That's fair. But the thing is, remember, as fans, we look at it like value, right? What's the value to our team as fans? What we want to watch, what we want to see out there, and can he get our team to the next level? That doesn't change the fact that as a player in this league, the business of being a player in this league, you are entitled to and warrant a certain level of compensation for your time and your skill set and what you put together. His resume on paper is strong, right? So he's gonna be entitled to that money. Once again, it goes back to the same thing I said about Julius. Should he get his money? Yes. Should the Knicks be the one to pay him? That's the question. Another team might be able to take that chance, but should the Knicks be the one? Especially a Knicks team that has struggled for over 50 years to win a championship and trying to put together the right mix of players to get us to the promised land and have consistent winning. You know what I mean? Going back to the 90s, can we get back there with the consistent winning? Is this the team that wants to take that chance with a guy like Cat? That's the question. Smash that like button if you're just on your way in. Obviously, if you're on your way out, I appreciate you. Smash that like button. Show your love for the show. It's free. Like my guy D's World of Hoops would say. Please do that. And if you need a little reminder, here you go. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Andrew Gutierrez is in the building. Salute, Andrew. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see. That is true. Sherwin did point to the fact that Damian. Oh, well, hold on. Let me see. DSJ said something first. DSJ says Damian Lillard led the Blazers to the playoffs on a consistent basis. That's true, and that has to account for his makeup and his value. Very good point. Sherwin said Lillard is a top 5 clutch player in the NBA along with Brunson. I don't know if I could say Brunson is kind of built up that level of cachet yet, but I see where you're going, Sherwin. But Lillard definitely has shown that we know Dame time is special. When you get your own moment named after you, you doing something. So yeah, okay, fair. That might be the edge that Dame gets over Cat. Dame time is incredible. So yeah, okay. Um, let's see. Long Island Sound says Cat is a bum because he's not a winner on the highest level. Guys just talking and repeat like birds just to say Cat on the Knicks. Like, really, what has he done? Honestly, he has a superstar next to him. Mm, mm, yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, Cat is very controversial, man. I don't know if he's the right fit for the Knicks. I don't know if he's the wrong fit for the Knicks. I just don't know. I don't know. We're always struggling to search for getting those top players to come to the Knicks. And when we get a chance to do it, they don't want to come here, right? And then the other players that we can go get, we don't want them because they're a top player, but they're not our top player. I don't know. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. Yes, Sherwin, I have heard of empty stats. Right. Um, and you could say that Carl Anthony Towns might be one of those players that puts up empty stats. You could say that some might say Julius Randle puts up empty stats because in the playoffs we don't see the same Julius. I still want to shoot Julius some bail, guys. I know you guys don't want to, but I'm not take you know I'm not dismissing the fact that this guy was hurt at the worst possible time. Hurt at the very end of the season. This guy plays almost 82 games every year. He got hurt at the very end of the season, and the injury was more significant than we thought. He even played with it, then re-aggravated it in the playoffs. I don't know, guys. I just it's bad because Julius is already giving you the other playoff appearance where he looked horrible. But I feel like, you know what I mean? Like something has kind of crept up on him. Now, I'm not saying I'm giving him any more. Like, this is it. This is the year. You know what I mean? If we can make it to the playoffs again, and Julius Randle goes into the playoffs and he doesn't play well, then there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If he's healthy, he goes in there. Um, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Then he's just not that guy. He can't be that guy. He's already had 3 chances. One, I'll give him a pass on. The other 2, no. That would be it for me. You know, it's like that 3 strikes thing, whatever. Now, if he were to get hurt again, say around the same time, then that's another thing. That just tells me, listen, he's starting to get injury prone. The injury's starting to creep up on him. We just can't count on him. Either way you look at it, if he's not healthy around that time again, then you just start to say, yeah, the injury bug's starting to catch him as he's getting older. He might have to move on from him. Or 2, if he goes into the playoffs and he can't put up those numbers or even something similar to those numbers, then you start to say, yeah, he's just not that guy. Now, mind you, there was one game against Miami where Julius put up some decent numbers, but we just need to see that on a consistent basis. So maybe this year is the year. And if he does it this year, then I think all bets are off. Then you say, listen, okay, he finally got, really, guys, half of the game, they say this in all sports, half of the game is mental. Once you get past something, some type of thing that's been holding you down, and break that level of thinking, you're in a better way. So if he can we can have a good season, get to the playoffs, and he can show out in the playoffs like he's usually does in the regular season, then we can't keep using that narrative with Julius that he's not the playoff player. So, but we'll see. We got to get there first. All right, let me drop this cat stuff down. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Hold on one second, guys. All right. Cool. We are striggity. What the hell's going on with my greatness. Yes. Okay. Twisted. I guess I must have hit it by accident. I don't know. Now it's all twisted. There we go. Straight. Okay. We are back. So yeah, man. That's the thing with Cat. I don't know. He may not be that next level star like Sherwin says in the chat. Shout out to Shot Powers. What's good, my brother? I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. You know what I mean? Thank you for always being here and rocking. And please, guys, as I always say, show some love for my guys, Sha and Divine, Knicks Real Talk. Show them some love on their YouTube channel. Smash that like button, subscribe and send them comments. And yeah, another thing, guys, please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. But yeah, man, send comments if there's something that we talked about and you liked, you want to give your two cents on it, or if there's something we didn't talk about and you want me to try to consider talking about it the next time around, by all means put it in the comments, because I know there's some of you that don't want to come on the panel. There's some people that may watch the show and don't even want to go in the chat. That's fine. Just send a comment. I'll read your comment and check it out. I try to read all the comments and I respond to as many as I can, but I definitely acknowledge all of them with my little like and my little signature thing that YouTube allows us to do. So by all means, Keith Turner in the building. What's good, Keith? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Appreciate you. Double A says if Randle does work in the playoffs this season, he will get a bag, but not the supermax. Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to get the supermax either. He's eligible for it, but that don't mean they got to give it to him. Yeah, a lot of players are eligible for supermaxes. That doesn't mean they get the supermax, like the full, bag. Like it's up to the team too. You just have to hit. You can't give them, like when it comes to that stuff, you just can't give them less than what they're eligible for, like than they're worth. You can't give, I'm saying this, I know this sounds silly, but like you can't give Julius Randle a rookie contract. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just you got to give him. He's got to be in the realm, the area of what he's worth. Hey, Big Lou, where you been, my brother? I hope you're doing well. Damn, it's been a minute. Yes, it has been a while for you. Yeah, yes, man. I'm glad to see you back, brother. I hope you're doing well, man. Let's see. Jermaine Sims in the building. He said, I would rather have Bam from Miami. He fits Tibbs better. I mean, yeah, listen, I would like Bam too. Miami ain't letting Bam go unless we trade them something that we probably don't want to give them for Bam. And even with Bam, like if you get Bam, I feel like you need something else too. Like Bam definitely fits something. He helps this team tremendously with what he can do. You get Bam here, then you need Donovan here, in my opinion. You need a Donovan here or something like a Donovan here because Bam can really clean up some other stuff. Like Bam's defense and what he does would be something we haven't had consistently at the power forward. No knock on Julius as far as his ability; it's his consistency on defense that I talk about. Bam gives you the consistency on defense, and that changes that little thing from the power forward spot. Makes it very interesting. But you need scoring because, as you can see, Bam can do what he can do, but sometimes he don't always score the way he should. And then when he does score, sometimes it's not enough. Like him and Jimmy Butler was carrying that team, and Jimmy sometimes goes quiet until we get to the playoffs, and it's playoff Jimmy. But other guys need to step up. So you get a Bam here, then you're gonna need to get some other type of scoring punch from the shooting guard or small forward area. Like you need somebody who can light it up, in my opinion. So yeah, Keith Turner said they went out and got Gobert because Cat didn't want to even play the 5. He's super soft. Yeah, well, can't argue with that. David L says Cat in Tibbs system defense with Mitch is worse. Rudy is special, makes any defense better. That part is true. I can't stand Rudy Gobert. Can't do it. But can't knock the guy who plays defense. He's a good rebounder. And he can give you some points here and there from his position. I can't stand that dude. That dude's the worst. Just keep him away from me. Don't bring him on my team. I don't even want to see him. I'm gonna look up at him and what? I don't care. Yeah, you're a little taller than me. What? I don't want to see him. Keep Rudy Gobert away from me. There's certain players I don't ever want to see. Rudy Gobert is one. And Kevin Durant is another. And watch one day I'm gonna run into Kevin Durant and be like, yeah, what up? All right. Yeah. You good, but nah, B. Sherwin says, who has played with more talent, Towns or Randle? Yeah, well, Towns, in my opinion. He does have that. He does have that. I'm gonna say he is elite defensively, and he has an elite defensive IQ. His regular IQ for the birds. This dude's dumb as bricks. But can't stand him. Stop. Let me get off this Rudy Gobert. Can't stand that dude. Can't stand. Cully, what's good, my brother? Kelly the GOAT in the building. Salute. Hope you're doing well, my brother. It's always good to see you, man. Got to get you back. Listen, not for nothing. No pressure. Let me put the invite back out there in these streets. I got to get Cully back on, some stuff talking Nick basketball, man. Cully, we miss your takes and your insight as well, brother, man. I know you've been doing other things and living life, man. But we miss you out here in these Nick community streets. Okay, let me go. Let me see. West Coast Knicks in the building. Salute. He said, "How is Cat's pick and roll defense? We all know damn well Tibbs isn't worried about his shot. It's terrible. I gotta tell you, a lot of guys pick and roll defense is not great. Here's something that this is a sidebar. We're kind of getting off. One of my boys is a coach, right? And he he coaches his own AAU team now. And obviously he also, loves basketball. He coaches his son as well. So his son and him were watching video, and then he was watching video with the team, and they were looking at pick and roll defense. And even though Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of the best defenders in the league, his pick and roll defense is horrible. Surprisingly enough, he struggles really bad in the pick and roll defense. Even though he's a really good defender, defensive player of the year and all that stuff, always pick and roll defense specifically, he struggles at. So it's not that easy to play pick and roll defense, even for the better defenders in the league. Some of them. I'm not saying everybody. So yeah, you'd be surprised. Okay. Khalid Pasha in the building. He said, "I think if you could get Donovan Mitchell and Cat, you get enough to compete. You got enough to compete." So that was the question. Thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to ask you guys that before. I know you guys don't want Cat for the most part, but if you got Cat here and Donovan Mitchell with Jalen Brunson, how do you feel about it? Just think about it. Let me know what your thoughts are. How does that grab you? How do you feel about the combination of those players here, and whoever else can still be here on the team? Let me see. Khalid says Brunson, Mitchell, and Cat is enough firepower to win a championship. Offensively, yeah. It is. I mean, offensively, yes, that is enough firepower to win a championship. Defensively is the question. How do you surround those three guys defensively in order to make it a solid team that can stop people? We can score, but how do we stop people? Because when it comes to the playoffs, that's when teams try to take away your best attributes, right? So how do you stop the other teams as well? That's when it's going to matter. Mm-hmm. Ashley Inc. is in the building. What's good, Wiz? He says, "I am not a Cat fan, but I can't deny that he is a baller who deserves a bag and would take us to the next level. The Kevin Love Minnesota stats does worry me a little." Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Keith Turner says, "I just want a 3-and-D wing. I'd rather trade for a Jaden McDaniels than a Donovan Mitchell." Well, listen, Jaden McDaniels is someone that I think is very talented, and he's probably going to be a dog in this league for years to come. But I also don't like the fact that he can't control his emotions. You know what I mean? He's too young to be making the mistakes that he made. He doesn't like, I'm not saying it's not warranted. You can't tell, you can't really judge a person's passion and what warrants that their behavior whenever they feel like it, right? But I don't think he should have been in the position to feel like I need to be punching the wall at this point in my career. Like he's still young, hasn't even tasted the level of success that might come before him going forward, and he's already punching the wall and breaking his hand. You know what I mean? Like Amari Stoudemire did it, but Amari Stoudemire has been trying to win for years, right? He gets to the playoffs, things happen, he can't control his anger, he punches the wall. Do I think that was smart? No, it wasn't smart either. But he's been in the league for years. He's already been through different things. He's had, great games, put up really numbers, had been on successful teams, and they haven't won. So the level of frustration with him is different. Jaden McDaniels is a young pup. He hasn't gone through anything yet. For him to already be punching the wall and breaking his, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like we're you don't know. You don't know. He's definitely going to be talented. He's going to have a great career, I think. But sometimes, you get some firecrackers. The firecrackers, that's just the first spark. They could be a little combustible. And then one day you get the big boom. Just saying. All right. So Andy says Cat is the same tier as Randle for me, not a first or second option on a chip team. Okay. 19 con man in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Yeah, I know. That's what he said. People don't like that. Shout out to JJ giving us the scoop. He said Doris Burke and Doc Rivers on the call for Knicks game tonight. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. Double A says Anthony Davis says the same thing. He doesn't want to play center either. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me just shout out a couple more people, then we'll move on. Jay from PR in the building. What's good, Jay? Appreciate you. He said Michael Jordan can come back in his prime, and some Knicks fans will find the hole in his game. Hey. Kareem Grant in the building. What up, twin? What's good, my brother? I appreciate you. I hope your daughter's homecoming went well. I saw the pics. Dope, man. Dope, man. Keep living in moments, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Quality Jump is in the building. What's good, my guy? It's been too long, man. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. I hope you're doing well, bro. Keyshawn, what up? What's good? Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Uh Always good to see you guys, man. It's good to see you. I get happy throughout the week when we do the shows, but I get happy on Saturdays too because I know more you are a little available. So it's good to touch base with you guys and see you and see how everybody's doing. Um, Jimmy Henry's in the building. Salute, Jimmy. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Paris said Julius was the biggest empty stat. Paris, you know how it is, my brother. Appreciate you, bro. All right. Let me see. Is anybody? Kerry Cox in the building. Kerry, how you doing, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Allah Wise in the building. Salute, Allah. Good to see you, my brother. I'm glad to hear it, my brother. And I hope whatever you're going through, recovering is good for you, man. Keep pushing. You got people in your corner. I'm one of them. So I appreciate you, bro. Hey man, definitely. You're always welcome, bro. If you're free, we always love to have you here. You know how it is. Thanks, Cully. I know. Yo, stop it, Wiz. Worry about cooking that salmon, bro. I actually cooked some salmon yesterday. It was pretty good, but I ran out of my salmon seasoning that I usually use, so I had to improvise a little bit. But it's okay; it was still good. But my salmon seasoning really gives it the pièce de résistance. You know what I mean? But whatever. We're moving on. Yeah. Double A, you hilarious, bro. He said, Ron, we would give up 200 points a game if we had Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and Cat on the team. Oh man. 19 comments said Donovan, Cat, and JB will be the worst defensive trio in NBA history. Oh man, it would be tough. We'd score though. We'd score. But yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Spo would destroy us. Like I said, you would have to figure out a way. Listen, I'm not saying that this would happen, but that's the type of way you'd have to look at things, man. If you had a team with Cat, Brunson, and Donovan Mitchell, you got to find a way to get you some guys. You got to get like a Patrick Beverly. You got to get a PJ Tucker. I mean, together, you got to get these type of guys. You got to get a center who's a dog who plays defense on the dog side. Like you got to get those type of guys all throughout the team. And on the bench too, you need defensive guys who can come in. But don't say it can't happen because I guarantee you that if LeBron was Cat or Donovan or Brunson, if he was just we know who he is, but if he was one of those players we're talking about now, just make it seem like LeBron is one of those guys. He would find a way to bring in those type of guys to fill out the rest of his roster so that they'd have the team. So don't think it can't happen. It's just the right person has to be involved. And I don't know if any of those guys are the right person. Maybe Brunson starts to be a little bit more vocal and players around the league start to respect him even more and want to follow him. Donovan's too quiet. Cat definitely don't care. So I can see it. Those guys aren't the type that will recruit in those ways. Like LeBron is vocal. He's a star in the league. He recruits. He knows what he's doing. So you got to have that type of guy to be able to bring those players in. But I hear you though. That would be definitely crazy. Um, Keyshawn says Cat has it all. His mentality is what sets him back. I agree with that 100%. So 19 comments says Miles Turner and OG, and we set up for a few years of a deep playoff run. Well, we definitely would have a squad that can play some defense and can compete. And then you got Miles Turner can score a little bit. He can stretch the floor. OG, his game is still a little iffy. I don't know. And I'm really curious to see what OG's game is going to be this year. Unfortunately, we'll never see OG. So, guys, if there's ever anybody, you better hope Toronto gets nobody that we ever think is a good player and we like while Ujiri is there because he ain't never dealing with the Knicks ever. So, ain't happening. Oh, that's right. That also could point to how emotional he was throughout that time period. That's a very good point, Kali. He said, "Remember, Amari's brother died that season as well. That was the year that Amari, punched the thing and broke his hand." Yeah, that's a good point, bro. That's a good point. Yeah, there was a lot going on. Kevin Middleton is in the building. Salute, Kevin. Appreciate you. Do Jay McDaniels come with that Carl Anthony Towns package? No, no, that's too much. They're not letting that young man go. Because even though I tell you he's an emotional firecracker, he could be a really special player in this league. Even if he doesn't become like A1 star, he can be like a difference maker type of guy on the team where he could be just as good as Mikal Bridges is starting to become now. And you can't let a guy like that go unless it's for something and you're in like a win now mode. Um, oh man, No. It's cool, Cully. Listen, do what you got to do, my brother. Listen, that the regular life and stuff that you got to take care of. That's what's most important, man. I'm just saying, in general, brother. We'd love to get you back talking these Knicks stuff in the community. So if you have time, whenever you free, by all means. Um, well, you know what? This is a great time to transition into the Donovan Mitchell talk, Animal X. He says, Ron, what is the obsession with Donovan Mitchell? You telling me he's the best shooting guard in the NBA? Um, it's a good question. You know, when I get good questions like that, I want to do some research. Let's check. Is he? Where does he rank? Mm. And who is this? What is this? The Sporting News. So the Sporting News ranks shooting guards in the NBA for the 2023-24 season. And this is just the first thing I looked at, guys. So, and I'm not even gonna, there you go. Who do they have as number one? NBA shooting guard rankings 2023-24. Number one, Donovan Mitchell. See? So maybe that answers your question. Mitchell had a terrific season in his first year with the Cavs, averaging 28.3 points per game, 4.4 assists, and 4.3 rebounds per game. Those numbers, along with a 71-point masterpiece against the Bulls, which really shouldn't have been 71 points because they there's some stuff that they should have took away, so he never would have made it to 71. But he definitely would have been around 60 points per game, I think. 60 points in that game. Anyway, were enough to get him on the All NBA second team and tops on this list. For years, the knock on Mitchell was his that he was a horrendous defender. He made significant progress on that end of the floor, fitting into Cleveland's number one defense with better focus away from the ball and more effort on it. And then, as you can see, below that, Paul George is number 2. Then you got Anthony Edwards 3, Jaylen Brown 4, Kyrie Irving 5. Even though he's not a shooting guard, but because he's on the Mavs and Luka is like the one, that's what that is. Zach LaVine, Bradley Beal, DeJounte Murray, OG Anunoby, which I don't necessarily know if I consider him a shooting guard. I think he's more like a 3 to me, but whatever. And then number 10, Tyrese Maxey. Look at Tyrese Maxey getting up there on these lists and being in position to get that bread. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind, guys. That kind of answers your question. I was going to say I think he's number one, if not number one, number 2. But yeah, looks like he might be number 1. So that answers that question, Animal X. And that's the thing. Like, we look at Donovan Mitchell because we've been trying to acquire this guy for so long that when we look at him now, all we're looking at is his faults, right? Because we're like, he's not on our team. So we look at what he's doing and we're like, Donovan didn't do that good the other day. You saw the playoffs. You saw how we manhandled him. He couldn't get past us. They're supposed to be the number one defense. That's how you start to side eye and look at a player. But when you really look at him, he had an incredible year. And it's not like he didn't do well in the playoffs, but he had some moments where we outshined him. And for whatever reason, Brunson just knows how to play against Donovan Mitchell. And even when Donovan got busy, because don't forget, in one of those games, Donovan put up like 39 or 40 points, 41, something like that. Brunson had 39. And we just played better as a team, and we were able to beat him. But Donovan got busy in that game. Our play against him kind of overshadows what he did, and you start to look at him like, I don't know. No, but Donovan's that dude. He just don't play the greatest defense. And that's why when you bring in a Donovan Mitchell, you have to understand that and build your team accordingly. Okay, I know I'm going to have Donovan here, but what do I got to do? My small forward. And that's where you got to look at it and say, if my backcourt is going to be Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, then my small forward cannot be RJ Barrett. That's just, it is what it is, guys. We don't need to continue to talk about that. If my backcourt is Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson, my small forward cannot be RJ Barrett. I like RJ Barrett. Love, he's still my favorite player. I don't care. There's no way. That ain't gonna work. Sorry. Oh, okay. I see you, Double A. He said, Ron, try to smack salmon with a mango sauce. I like that. I mean, he said smoked, and I'm saying smack. Uh, smoked salmon with, yeah, that sounds delicious, brother. Nice. That's dope. Okay. Ricardo in the building. Hey, where you been, brother? I haven't seen you either, man. People been busy, man. It's good to see you guys coming back into the fold, man. I miss you guys in the chat. He said, Ron, salute to you, my guy. Hope all is well with you and your wife. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for always acknowledging and thinking of us. Every day is a new day. We're still going through it. Some good days, some bad days, but I hope that we can get to a point where things start to really improve. But I will say this. Things are improving slowly. She's at a much better place than she was before. We out of the woods? No. But she's making some strides. They're small, so you know, you want more, and I know she wants more, but I see it, and I know she deep down sees it too. She's getting a little better. It's just this is taking forever, and it's been a year. All right, she got sick back in October of last year, and now we're here again, and she hasn't improved. So anybody dealing with any type of health issues, when you're still not yourself, and after a year, could you imagine? So yeah, but I thank you, brother. I thank you. Um, he said the move at center was Aiton from the Suns. Don't trust Mitch at all. Well, we'll see. Mitch did look pretty good in that preseason game, though. He looked like he bulked up, got some weight, and he was moving pretty quick, like looking just like the Mitch we saw last season. So we'll see. We'll see how it translates. I hear you though that Mitch hasn't done enough for you to say, mm, you know what I mean? Like he's the guy for us. I understand. Now, as a free agent, that's a good point, Jay Ellis. As a free agent, and we can go get OG. That's different. Then that's when you jury doesn't have he can't. I mean, unless he's restricted, he can match. But yeah, that's when we can go get him. Let's see. Donovan might be 2 or 3. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I thought he was like a 2, like the number 2. But he's look like they ranked him as number 1. Mm, I mean, really, if we're just looking at play, just overall talent and what you can do, Paul George is probably number 1. You know what I mean? But he just don't stay healthy and he's older. I don't know what factors they've taken into account. If they're just looking at his scoring offense, what Donovan did last year because of the numbers and that big 71-point game. But really, Paul George is probably the better overall player right now. Like he was probably number 1. Oh, and yeah, I can't forget Devin. Oh no, I'm sorry, guys. No way. Hold on. Oh, this list is fugazi, folks. It's a fugazi list. They don't got Devin Booker here. Now there's no way Devin Booker's not in your top 10 and shooting guard. So I'm assuming they're probably considering Devin Booker to be a point guard. That's the only way around it. And maybe that is true, especially now that Chris Paul is no longer there. So that's what it is, guys. There's no way Devin Booker is not ahead of OG. I don't know. You know what I mean? So don't the list is a little fugazi in that they're not considering him a 2 guard anymore. They're considering him a point guard because Chris Paul is gone. That's what it is. And now you know that they have Bradley Beal. So Bradley Beal's the 2 guard, and then Kevin Durant is the forward, whatever. But that's what it is, guys, because Devin Booker would definitely be tops at this list. He would be in the top 3. But that's what it is. So, okay, it's still a fugazi list because they've changed his his classification, but I understand it. I understand it. All right, let me go back to this. All right. What about his defense? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about, Animal. I hear you. Yeah, technically Paul George is ahead of him with regards to that. But, let me go back to that list one more time. Let me just see one quick thing. Donovan Mitchell, Paul George, two-way. Anthony Edwards. Is Anthony Edwards a solid defender? Can he play defense? Yes. But even in this, and his defense, while still inconsistent away from the ball, has become excellent on ball. So they're saying Anthony Edwards is a good on ball defender, but away from the ball, not so much. Okay. Jaylen Brown, a solid defender. Kyrie Irving, no defense. Zach LaVine, decent on ball defender. I said decent, not great, but technically he's not the greatest defender either. Bradley Beal, not a good defender. Once a solid defender, but Beal has morphed into a very poor one on the bad Wizards teams. Perhaps a better team can get him more motivated on the end game. I don't know when the hell they did this. They probably did this before the trade, but whatever. Yeah. DeJounte Murray, good defender. OG Anunoby, good defender. Tyrese Maxey, pretty solid on both ends. Yeah. So yeah, okay. So that explains that, guys. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. West Coast Nick says JB and DM. Brunson and Donovan Mitchell are redundant. Same player, they just have different ways of getting off, essentially the same shots. I feel has JB has shown that his moxie will take a team farther than DM's natural talent. Yeah, I mean, like if you had to choose between the two of them, it depends on what your team is, what the makeup of your team is. Maybe you pick Donovan because you got a solid point guard and can do some things. In the Knicks situation, the Knicks didn't have that type of point guard. We needed that type of point guard. So the choice between Donovan and Jalen Brunson, I'm taking Jalen Brunson. It just depends on what your team needs. But having both of them, while it may look redundant on the surface, does not mean, once again, that it won't work for your team. You just have to know how to figure out how to build out the rest of the roster. And by doing that, you would see how fruitful having a guy like Donovan when your team is struggling to get offense. Don't forget, JB is pretty good 90% of the time. There's about 10% of the time JB don't have his shot going, and you need somebody else to step up. Maybe on those nights, Donovan's got it going and going. And when Donovan's got it going, he is gone. So that kind of helps. It helps having that guy that you can depend on. Let me ask you guys this. You say what you want about RJ Barrett and his inconsistency, right? But if you had a choice, say if there wasn't a money issue, not an issue, and you already know what RJ is, you already know who he is on defense. If you had a choice between RJ Barrett and Donovan Mitchell on this Knicks team, who do you pick? Remember, it's not a money issue. Let's just say they make the same amount of money. It's just all about their play on the court. They both struggle on the defensive side. Who would you rather have on this Knicks team? RJ Barrett or Donovan Mitchell? Think about it. Don't worry, I'll wait. Yeah, no, but Jay from PR. Yeah, I know. Well, we already kind of figured out how they're thinking. When it comes to this list, they are thinking of pure shooting guards that are going to play the shooting guard role on those teams. For Curry is the point guard on the Warriors. So they're not looking at him as a shooting guard. Hey, what's good? Ray Valencia is in the building. Ray, I don't know if I've seen your name in here before, but if you have been here before, thank you for returning. But if you're new, I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the show. Smash that like button, guys. You know what? It's been a long time, probably about 20 minutes since I did this. Please Please smash that like button. Show your love for the show. On your way in, on your way out. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm so happy, Big Lou. Mark Jackson is back in the broadcast booth at MSG. Yeah, that's right. You never know. Tibbs' replacement may not be far away. You got to watch out. Got to watch out. You never know. I don't know, man. I don't know why Mark Jackson has been exiled from coaching. It's just crazy. There's so many bad coaches we've seen over the years. Are you telling me that no one could give Mark Jackson another shot? It could be that Mark Jackson just wants too much because he had a really sweet deal when he joined the Warriors. He lost that deal, but it's tough to say with my cachet as a player, my coaching that I did do because I helped architect that Warriors team, and then Kerr took him to the next level, right, and got the championships. And then you talking on broadcast, and people like hearing what you have to say about the teams. You're very knowledgeable. It's tough to be in a position where you're taking less than you feel like you're worth, or not getting the responsibility. So maybe Mark's asking price or what he's expecting as a coach is a little too high too. You never know. I mean, if you want me to show you that, Kevin Middleton, I will. But I don't think it's necessary because they're not listed anywhere on the shooting guards. Like I went all the way down to 20 and they're not there. So you obviously know they they would have to be on the list. So they obviously categorize as something else. I mean, I can do it if you want me to do it. I just don't think it's necessary. Because that's what it means. But let me see. I don't know. Um, okay, let's see. No, that didn't work. Let me try it this way. And let's get rid of this. I tried to be slick and let me try it this way then. Uh-huh. Here you go. As you can see, the picture shows you who's number one, right? At point guard, Steph Curry. Let me blow this up a little bit. I hate that these ads, man. These are so annoying. I can't even delete it yet. Where's my X? Get rid of this ad. Ah, it sucks. Get rid of my Listerine ad here. All right. So as you can see, Steph Curry is number one. That's who they deem him as a point guard. Luka Doncic is number two. Devin Booker is number. Whoa, that went quick. Luka's number two. Devin Booker's number three. So they show him as a point guard. Shea Gilgris Alexander is number four. Dame Lillard is five. Wow, they got Shea and Devin Booker ahead of Dame. Mm. Well, in fairness, Shea did put up 31 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. So, sometimes you got to start looking at a guy like, yo, I didn't think he's nice. So, all right, my bad. And then we know Devin Booker's been getting busy. So maybe he is. Maybe they both are ahead of Dame a little bit. Yeah. Then you got Ja Morant, Jamal Murray. I think you just wanted me to pull up this list just to see if Jalen Brunson was somewhere here. I'm watching you. De'Aaron Fox, James Harden, Trey Young, and and then we get to Jalen Brunson at 11. Wow, Jalen Brunson still got some work to do to be looked at in the eyes of these teams. Like he don't even get no work, no write up. B, you know what I mean? Halliburton. Well, they do got him ahead of Halliburton because for whatever reason, it seems like Jalen Brunson and Halliburton are like tied together, bro. I don't know. Drew Holiday, Drew, should I say? Darius Garland, LaMelo Ball, and then we get into the Van Vliets, the Cunninghams, McCollum, Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero's listed as a point guard, guys. It is what it is. I don't know. And Russell Westbrook. Okay. So there you go. Hey, I try, brother. I try. I hear you. Well, yeah, J Tap, listen. As much as I want to hate on Rayford Trey Young, you guys do know that his real name is Rayford, right? I'm going to tell you that again in case you never know. That's you're always going to find that here. It's still Knicks fans. Yeah, the much as I can't stand Rayford Trey Young, his numbers are not to be messed with. The dude averaged double digits assist as well as 20 plus points per game. Like, not a lot of guys do that. There's not a lot of guys who give you double digit assists. He might be the top assist leader in the league. That says something. He don't play no defense, but assist, he's good at moving that ball. Pause. Damn you, Cam. Well, yeah, but that wasn't the question. Don't try to skirt your way out of this, Animal X. It's who would you rather pick right now? Everything being equal, R.J. Barrett or Donovan Mitchell. And JJ, you're right. There's not many natural point guards anymore. Yeah, it's true. Everything's a hybrid or it's some different type of thing. It's a point guard slash shooting guard. They switch off in position, and their roles are definitely different. Um, J Tap says, I get the stats, but he's not a better player than Brunson. Well, listen, he's had moments too. Don't forget, Trey Young, Rayford Trey Young has also had some really clutch moments. And you saw what he did to our team, the Knicks. He single handedly helped get us up out of there. And shout out to Shiftly Major. Appreciate you. I know this is your first time here. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Smash that like button. Show your love for the show if you appreciate the show and like it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. He said, I'd rather have both. Yeah, no, no doubt. I hear you. I'm just saying, like, when you look at a guy like RJ, who we love and want the best of him, and know he could do some special things out there. He just has to be more consistent. But yet, his defense is kind of iffy. I mean, you look at Donovan Mitchell. There's no question marks with Donovan Mitchell's offense. He is that guy. It's just, can he play some defense? No, maybe not. So would you rather have a Donovan who you can get like 28 points per game? Give him the ball, he's scoring. Or would you rather have RJ, who may give you 28 points here and there, but he can give you 10. You know what I mean? He can shoot, 5 for 20. Just saying, you never know. Yeah, right. I know. That's the reason why I said it, because I know this is gonna get you Nick fans, fellow Nick fans, should I say, like, you can't tell me you picking RJ over Donovan Mitchell. That you can't. You cannot tell me it. You cannot. Don't even say I. Don't start there. You got to start with Donovan. You can't say RJ in that choice. You cannot say that. What? Come on, David L. I just said all things being equal. How can you Donovan Mitchell's 26 years old. How can you tell me you taking RJ over Donovan? Look at this guy. Everybody's skirting the rules just like a Knick fan to try to change up the Mm-mm. I'm not messing with y'all, man. I'm not messing with y'all. Okay, coach, I see you. All right, no doubt, no doubt. It's okay. All right, let me get this Carl Anthony Town stuff up out of here. You know what I mean? let's get to what more people like. Not everybody even wants him here, and that's a shame. I mean, we got to get we want somebody here. Come on, man. Can't just not. These are all star players in the league. Like somebody you got to understand that you want to get here. Your favorite guy who you thought Kevin Durant chose not to come here. Kyrie Irving chose not to come here. LeBron James chose not to come here. Then later in life, oh, a couple years ago, I was really thinking about going to the Knicks. And if it wasn't for, I don't want to hear you tell me anything about the Knicks, LeBron. You've done enough. Like, don't even mention the Knicks, okay? I don't even like when you say, "Man, I like what the Knicks are doing over there." That JB is I don't want to hear it, LeBron. Don't tell me anything about my New York Knicks team. Worry about LA. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Don't say nothing about my Knicks. LeBron, you don't get the right to talk about the Knicks. You've done enough. You've done enough. You know that meme from the movies and stuff when somebody upset. You've done enough. Like that's all right, LeBron. We cool. I don't want to hear your takes or your thoughts about my Knicks team. You spurned us twice. Okay. So basically, what you're telling us is, and that's the other thing that you guys got to think about when these athletes be talking. He basically I spurned you guys twice. Once I had you guys thinking I was going to go to your squad, and in your own backyard in Connecticut, I told you I'm going to Miami. That's what he told us. All right. And he formed this big three over there. Then we find out later, before he went to the Lakers, I was really considering going to the Knicks. Forget you, LeBron. I don't care. I wasn't even thinking you was thinking about coming to the Knicks. So don't want to hear it. Let's move on. Thank you, LeBron, for nothing. Appreciate you. Oh man. So listen, let's go to this, right? Let me do this just to be fair. Let's pull up the Joel Embiid stats. Got to do that because we know he's a baller. We know he's the MVP, but still got to see what the numbers look like. What the numbers be working with. All right, let's share this. Oh shoot! Give me 1 second, guys. Laptop's gonna die. Oh, I'm tripping. Oh. All right. Okay. Let's take a look at these Joel Embiid numbers. Mm-hmm. Joel Embiid. Get this out of here. Boom. Blow this up a little bit. You know what I mean? I wish they can make it so that you can get rid of all this extra stuff they got on these pages, man. I guess that's what it is, man. You want to see stuff for free, you're gonna have to deal with all this other crap. So, as you guys can see, no question about it, this dude is a bucket. If you forgot, he's averaging 27.2 points for his career, 1.7 blocks, almost 2 blocks, zero point 0.9 steals, almost a steal for his career, 11 rebounds per game, 3.4 assists for his career, shooting 81.9, 82% from the free throw line, shooting 33.7 from the center spot from three, 50% from the field. You know what I mean? And let's just let's look at last year's numbers specifically. Averaging 33 points per game, 1 steal, 1.7 blocks, 4 assists, 10 rebounds, 85% from the free throw line last year, 33% from three, 54.8 from the field. That's why he was the MVP. You guys telling me you honestly don't want Joel Embiid on the team? Look, I understand, and this is my whole thing. This has been my argument forever. I understand that Joel Embiid sometimes he looks like he doesn't do enough to get his team over the hump when it comes to the playoffs. But I'm going to say it again. I feel like the answer when it comes to that stuff, the difference maker is Jalen Brunson. That's why I say no matter who the Knicks bring in, no matter who the Knicks get, Jalen Brunson is the guy that needs to be here because he is the guy that can make up for stuff that's not. And plus, the whatever stuff Jalen can't do at certain times when they're like double teaming him or trying to get the ball out of his hands, to be able to go and pass the ball to Joel Embiid, and now you go to work. Come on, are you kidding me? And if we got a good 3-point shooter from the shooting guard spot or the small forward spot who can knock down that open three that you can believe and consistently count on, that is the difference. We can kind of get that. I don't know how to make it work. Knicks have to find a way to do it. But I just think Joel Embiid, for whatever he lacks, Jalen Brunson, I think, makes up for. Now, the other thing with Joel Embiid is just you hope he stays healthy. So here's the thing with Joel Embiid, as you guys can see, he went through all those health issues early. We know about him missing a year and a half or whatever because he was hurt. But then 63 games, 64 games, 51 games, 51, 68, 66. I'm okay with the star center in this league playing 60 plus games. I'm okay with that because these guys are monsters. You know what I mean? They got a lot of weight on them. They got a lot of height, all that stuff on their legs and their ankles and their feet. That's a lot for these big men in the league. And he's no small guy, right? So you gotta bear with that and understand, like this guy's gonna need some rest here and there. We gotta get him through. The only thing about Joel Embiid is we need to keep him healthy. If he was here, he's got to be healthy at the right time. And for Joel Embiid, unfortunately, he might be banged up and hurt throughout the season, but then he gets hurt in the playoffs, which is the absolute wrong time. Tell me how many NBA playoff runs you've seen Joel Embiid not hurt in the playoffs, because I feel like every playoffs he gets hurt. Now he has come back from injuries while still in the playoffs because his team has been good enough to keep playing. And sometimes I guess that there was one time that he couldn't really come back, but it's just about timing with him. He just gets hurt at the inopportune times too. But like I said, I just think that Jalen Brunson is the difference. If he has like a Jalen Brunson, because James Harden is a star player in this league, but you know how we feel about James Harden. He don't play no defense either, but he don't even try. He be out there letting guys run by him and just not showing his full effort. And then also when it comes to clutch time, he's nowhere to be found. James Harden is not clutch. He's just a really good player. He's just not clutch. And whatever I'm not saying he was never clutch, because when he was with Houston, he used to make some big shots in people's faces. I'm like, damn, how is this guy doing it? He's not that same James Harden. I said that last year, and I said it again, the year before, and I said it again last year. His game looks different to me. He don't have that same heart that he used to have when it comes to just being a guy who would hit daggers. He's just different now. But Jalen Brunson has that. He has that level of dog in him right now. I think that's what Joel Embiid needs, in my opinion. Let me see here. Okay. All right, brother. You had shout out to Big Lou, man. Hope physical therapy goes well for you, my brother. Keep recovering. Praying for you, man. We here. I don't know exactly what you're going through, but I hope whatever it is, it's a speedy recovery. Just keep doing what you got to do, brother. And it's good to see you in the chat, man. Look forward to seeing you next time. Yes, J. Ellis says, can't tell me Embiid and Brunson wouldn't wreak havoc. I think they would, J. Ellis. I think, yeah, I'm in agreement. I think they would get busy because you need to double team either or. Both these players need to be double teamed, and you can't double team both. And if you double team one or the other, the other one's going to get you. I like that. I like that level of, man, we haven't had that here in a while, where this guy can go get his and that guy can go get his. Like, even Julius is a really solid player, but he is like, he's a player that can get his numbers on any given night, but he's not always on. When he's on, then he's a problem. But a Joel Embiid is always usually consistent with that. He gets hot. I've watched him throughout the game just continue to increase. As he starts to get more comfortable, he just starts to blaze. And same thing with Jalen Brunson. He can come out the gate hot, or it can develop. We've seen him. He's traded off with Julius, where Julius will take that first half, the first quarter in particular, and then Jalen will slowly build up and get into the second half and get busy. I like that. I like that dynamic. I like it. I don't know, guys. Look, I can understand how you feel about Karl Anthony Towns. I'm not with you if you feel the same way about Embiid. We got to be able to possibly get one of these guys. I'm not saying we'll get any of them, but come on, they both are not the same player. So Knicks 100 says he's going Towns. And shout out to you, my brother. Good to see you. So you prefer Towns. Interesting. Okay. I think so too, J. Ellis. I think so too. Jay from PR says Embiid and Brunson are greater than Giannis and Lillard. I mean, if anything, I think they definitely could cancel each other out. I definitely think they could cancel. I think Brunson going against Lillard will be some wars because neither one of them play the greatest defense. So they'll just be going back and forth and lighting each other up. And then Embiid and Giannis, that's just going to be a war. So that would be really fun. You think about you think about like rivalries and being able to have something on paper that looks great. That would be very nice. Very nice. So Knicks 100 says you miss no time with the learning curve. Towns comes right in and we don't miss a beat. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the learning curve is for Joel Embiid. I mean, he has to learn our system and whatever. I know because Cat's already kind of familiar with Tibbs's, but Joel Embiid is an MVP of the league. You would think he could kind of pick it up and get it right away, whatever it may be. And who knows? Um, Tibbs may institute some stuff. This is what I told you guys before that I say about Tibbs. Tibbs knows how to get the best out of the best players. He knows how to appeal to whatever he thinks you do well or what you're comfortable with. It's those players that are on the fringe, the developmental players, the players that haven't necessarily shown who they are yet, that I don't think Tibbs gives enough time to, because and maybe in his mind he can't. I got to worry about getting these guys right. These guys are going to have to learn and watch what we're doing over here and bring it together, and when they get to this point, then I can help them in that way too. I think maybe that's what it is with Tips, but I always say that. I've said that from the beginning. When it comes to star type players or players that you already know what they do and they're comfortable in this league, he knows what to do with them. It's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I've seen enough of Tibbs to say I can see when he has these type of guys, the Jimmy Butlers, the Karl Anthony Towns, the Julius Randles, to some extent, RJ Barrett. I think he knows what to do with RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is just not consistent. Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brunson goes out there and gets it, but he knows what to do to for Jalen to be successful. This is what Jalen likes. This is what he's good at. I'm gonna let him do that. Just saying. Um, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he can play 60, 65 games, I'm with it. Um, he said, plus I want to see Towns going at Embiid 4 times a year. Okay, I hear you. He said, Joel Embiid talk is nonsense. We will have to trade the complete team to get him. And so what, Sherwin? So what? If you can trade a lot of your players to get Joel Embiid, and you can keep, now I'm not saying we will, and you can keep Julius Randle, and you can keep Jalen Brunson, and you can keep one of these young players, and most likely you're going to still keep Josh Hart and Dante DiVincenzo. Those two guys will probably still be here because you don't have to trade everybody. You got to trade Mitchell Robinson. You got to trade Grimes. You might even have to trade quickly. But like, don't get crazy. Okay, you're not gonna. At the most, this is the most, and I'm not saying the Knicks would do that or that Philadelphia will want that. You don't have to trade more than a Mitchell Robinson, RJ Barrett, Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickly. You don't have to trade more than that. Okay, that's enough as far as players goes. Then you got to get into the picks. Yes, of course. You're gonna be a lot of picks, but you don't got to trade more than that. So for some people that's a lot. I know. I'm just telling you at the very worst, the Knicks won't be left bare. Okay, because they got enough that they can be okay. You telling me that if the Knicks had this is the team, and this is that I'm not saying this would be it. I'm just saying. You telling me if the Knicks had Joel Embiid, Julius Randle, um, Dante Divan, I'm just throwing his name right now. Dante DiVincenzo at the 3, uh, and this is only for now, guys. Josh Hart at the 2 and Jalen Brunson. That's your starting point. You can build out the rest of your team because they're not going to give them every pick they got. And maybe the Knicks hold on to a pick or two and bring in maybe a pick at least and bring in somebody from the draft. And then whatever money they have, they sign a couple free agents to fill out the roster. Some guy you can make it work. You just have to be willing to make that. Got to do it. We've seen LeBron do it multiple times at different teams. It can happen. That's all I'm saying. Craig in the building. Salute. What up? What's good, my brother? I hope you're doing well. What's going on, Latrell? Spreewell is the American dream. What's good? He says, where do you rank Towns in the league? Top 12? Yeah. I think he's top 12. I think he's top 12, Latrell. I don't think you can kind of say he's not. The numbers would dictate that he is. He's too strong of an offensive player, and he's very efficient. So yeah, I think you got to say he's top 12. And then don't get me wrong, there's a lot of players that are playing really well, and so, but from the center position, he's a top 5 center in the league, right? Really, 1, 2, 3. He could be, yeah, he's probably 3 or 4. Right? Because you would say Jokic is number 1. A lot of people would say Jokic is number 1, Embiid is number 2. And then you get into is it Karl Anthony Towns at 3 or is he number 4? I think he might be 3, right? But that's a tough one. I still think he's top 12, but I want to say top 15 to be safer because remember, a lot of people value different things in the league. And they look at scoring a lot, and sometimes they kind of put scoring ahead of all the other ancillary stats that I love. So, they might say somebody who gives you Donovan Mitchell, for example. Who's a better player, Donovan Mitchell or Karl Anthony Towns? According to that list that I saw, they got him number 1 as shooting guard because he averaged 28 points per game and he lit the league up one game for 71. He might be listed ahead of Karl Anthony Towns. But when you look at what Karl Anthony Towns can do out there on the court, how he can score from everywhere on the court and give you rebounds and block shots. He's also a good passer for a big. I might say Karl Anthony Towns has more value than Donovan Mitchell, but they might see it differently. So it kind of depends on what you value. But I definitely think he's top 15. 12 might be, maybe it's pushing it because of the fact of the way people view talent. Like I said, I don't know. But good question. Yeah, Sherwin, come on, man. You know what, Sherwin? I appreciate what you have to say in this chat. And I always tell you that I think you have certain biases towards defense, but I respect it because there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a person who likes defense and all around play over just offensive guys that put up stats. But you got to be respectful of everybody else and their opinions too. Just like we respect your opinion. People like to hear what you got to say, Sherwin, but you know what I mean? Like think about that when you're talking about others too, because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And the only time that I guess you can say I'm gonna argue with somebody and call them names and do that is when it's the Sherwin show. But it's still Knick fans. And your host today is Ron. So On my show, I hope everybody can be respectful, you included, and let's not call people names and let's take it easy out there because we don't need any of that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I brought a guy in, what is it, like last week or 2 weeks ago, and I was like really excited to have him come on the show. I wanted him on the panel and everything. And then he comes into the chat, and all he does is start calling people stupid, and you don't know. And I'm like, what is wrong with this dude? I'm thinking this dude is cool, and he's talking about stuff, and I follow his stuff, and I'm like, and then he comes in, and all he does is say stuff negative about other people. That's not the type of people I really rock with. I don't like if you can't have room in your life for an opinion from someone else, and that's how you argue by putting somebody else down. That don't work for me. Those are the type of dudes that are like fake friends when you're in the street, like that G on you all the time. Like they go get you, let's go chill, and then when you get together, when everybody's around, they G'ing on you in front of everybody else. Like that's fun. Those are the type of dudes that get lumped up when I'm where I'm from. Like, but we're not talking about that. It's not that serious. I'm just telling you, it's not a good behavior to have. I mean, come on, man. We all peoples here. We Knicks fans. We got enough problems. We got enough people that hate our guts outside of our own community. We got to rock with each other. Just because you disagree, it's just a disagreement. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Opinions are like, but everybody has one. You know the rest of that. Come on, I don't got to tell y'all. All right, so let's get back to it. So Shifley Major says, who would you look at in free agency? Are you saying currently? Because I know I put that as one of the things that, well, we kind of already talked about it a little bit a couple shows ago when we did the mashup between myself and D's World of Hoops. And D brought up a lot of good names that the Knicks could still look at if they had some money to play around with to bring in a player. But if you bear with me in like 5 minutes, I will talk about the person that has been talked about, that I saw an article about, and we'll get your opinion on it real quick with regards to that. So bear with me. In about 5 minutes, I'll get into that. So yeah, I mean that's the thing, guys. It's tough. Okay, so Sherwin says he's not talking about you. He's talking about that's what normal haters say. Okay, I appreciate you clearing that up, Sherwin. But still, let's still be respectful because you have gone at other people in the chat. You know how you get busy. Come on. He says we are not getting Embiid and keeping Randle, Grimes, and Brunson. Most likely, I would agree with you, but doesn't mean for certain that we can't keep three of those guys. Like, I mean, two of those guys along with Embiid. We can possibly keep Brunson and Randle or Brunson and Grimes, but that doesn't mean all three of them are going. Because, like I said, even though it's a lot of players that you would have to give up, that doesn't mean you give up everybody. Because the Knicks are giving up other compensation too. You might have to give up 4 players, and if there was a 5th throw-in type player, maybe that player is Deuce. Like, don't get crazy, man. Some of these, first off, and the other thing you got to think about is outside of giving up all this stuff, now with this new CBA agreement, some teams don't even want to take all of this stuff back because they're getting penalized for having all these players and the contracts and stuff that they owe, also getting the draft picks. There's only so much these teams, they don't want to go into that next, cap apron and stuff like that. It's a little tricky now. So I think some players, when they're trying to trade some of these stars, are going to start taking little hits. Like, they'll still get good value for them, but they're not going to get the max value they would have gotten prior to this year coming up, because the new cap and the apron stuff is scaring some teams from taking on some of these extra contracts. So that's all I'm saying. So Craig says, Ron, who and what are you giving up for Embiid? Well, I don't know, man. It's tough. I really don't know. I don't know, because I don't know what Philadelphia has a lot over there right now. I don't know what they would want. And the other thing is, of the players that we give them, who's better than what they got? Like, who can replace what they currently have to make their team something that they want to continue to win with? Tyrese Maxey is a good player. And I think a lot of our young players, they probably value Maxey more than like Grimes or Quickly. So it all depends. I can see a nice little backcourt over there of Quickly and Maxey, and they might love the chance to play together. And I'm sure Maxey would be like, "Yeah, get my guy over here." So I would say maybe Emmanuel Quickly, R.J. Barrett, um, Mitchell Robinson, and then it comes down to what they prefer. Do they want Grimes or do they want Hartenstein? Hartenstein has a lot of value, guys. And I know we were like, damn, we got to get rid of Hartenstein and Mitchell Robinson. Yeah, because you could always get yourself another player that is similar to a Hartenstein out there, but for the chance to get Joel Embiid, who is going to play more than anybody else at that position anyway, right? And then you give up maybe 3 first-round picks, unprotected, maybe 1 protected, and then a chance at a couple pick swaps or something like that. It would be something crazy. Yeah, you got it. It would be something crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, Craig said it would be a Carmelo situation all over again. Well, remember when we got Carmelo, who did we have? Who was here still, right? We're talking about Jalen Brunson being here and possibly keeping Julius Randle. When Carmelo went to the Knicks, was that waiting for him when he got there? No. He was lucky to have something like that waiting. If he had that, we might have got busy. He didn't have that. So it's not really the same because the Knicks are in a better position, and the Knicks ain't trading. The Knicks ain't trading Jalen Brunson, right? And even if the Knicks give up Julius, we're not giving up Julius and RJ. One of those guys is staying. Okay. So, and as much as you might say, like, I don't know about RJ. RJ's still a good player. He can have moments. And if you put him with a Joel Embiid and have Jalen Brunson here, and you figure out however else you want to, fill out the rest of the roster. I'm just saying, you'd be surprised at what you can do, and that might free up money, and the money you can go use to go sign a popular free agent. Just saying, it depends on how you look at things. Fournier would be up out of here too, because even if we don't trade him in the trade for Embiid, his contract comes off the books. That's another 18 million that's freed up. Like this, money's going to be available. I'm just saying, guys, there's ways. Um, Shaw Legacy in the building. Salute, Shaw. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. If he ain't playing the 5, then we not rocking with him. Castle King, Raul. There you go. I got it. What's good, my brother? I hope you doing well. Hope the show's going well. Hope you and your brother and your cousins are doing good. Definitely appreciate you as always. Guys, please support everything that they got going on, man. I just I hope that as Knick fans, we continue to support our fellow Knicks community members, and show them some love, man. Show them some love. Let me see here. Where is this? All right. So let me do this and make it a little easier. Let me put this together real quick. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought I had it. I think I didn't save it. Because I want to talk about this one player in particular that I think can be somebody that the Knicks should consider. While I'm doing this, hey guys, listen, you may see this a lot. Just get used to it. Smash that like button. Thank you. Thank you again for being here and rocking with me. I appreciate it, man. You don't know how special that makes me feel about the love that you guys show for this for our shows and just in the community in general. Can't tell you how much it means. All right, so let me get this guy's stuff, get his numbers. How's everybody doing out there today, man? You trying to make the best of this rainy day if you're on the East Coast? Um, I'm sure if you're someplace else and it's tropical, I'm sure you're having a pretty good day. Over here, it is wet and gloomy, and it's getting cold. Today's like 53. I'm like, man, definitely want something uh this milder winter. We'll see how this all turns out. All right. Let me see here. Okay, that he might work. That might work. And so the other thing too, I was just thinking about is, and I know it's hard to picture, right? Because all we're doing is talking about these possible stars, the Donovan Mitchell, the Cat, and Joel Embiid coming to the Knicks. The best way I can say it, guys, is that you can't just say this is how the team. I'm going to bring this player here, and this is what the team is going to look like. Now I know at the time, you can't do too much when you make the trade, but you have to get to that off season. And when you get to that off season, you can start to kind of really mess around with the team and get it to what it needs to be so that you can say, okay, this is what we build off of. This is how we do it. You just got to get there. Got to get there. Uh, okay. Right. That looks good. And like I said, I'm just putting up a visual so you guys can better see what this player's stuff looks like. Um, and and we're evaluating on skill set, but also the potential, right? And just what he brings to the table. And so it might be something that the Knicks could really use, especially now that we have some question marks. You'll understand as we get to the player and we talk about what they got going on. So don't just look at the numbers per se, because remember, we getting numbers from a different area. Uh, and so this player doesn't have to necessarily give us certain things. We need something in particular that we already talked about. And when I show you the player, you'll know exactly what I'm saying, because this is the reason why he was even brought up. Let's see, to the chat once again. Let me see what else everybody's saying. Uh oh wow, Cam got hurt again. Goodness gracious, bro. I feel so bad for this guy, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I say some stuff about Cam, but I don't want it. Like, come on, man. The guy got so much talent to continue to get hurt and hurt over and over. Yeah, Sherwin, thank you. No, I'm not talking about, obviously, it's not like that we trade players and then we free up a whole bunch of money. What I'm trying to say is you trade players, right? But money is going to be freed up if you can say make a trade for Joel Embiid and not include Fournier, right? So what happens at the end of the year with Fournier's 18 million, Sherwin? Tell me. Do we still pay it next year? Hmm? Or does it go away and now we have 18 million to play with? If he's not included in the trade, what happens to his 18 million? That's what I'm talking about. I got the common sense side of it, Sherwin. I got you. I appreciate you though. I got you though. I'm not talking about just freeing up money by moving a piece. That's not how it works. I understand that part of it. I got a day-to-day job too. But I thank you. I appreciate it, man. You know what I mean? Like, I got you. Mhm. Or sorry for the dead silence, guys. I'm just trying to do this as quick as possible to put this up. Like I said, I thought I did it and it saved, and it did not save. So this is why, unfortunately, it's making me do this. Huh? And okay. All right. I think this is done. Uh-huh. And then that's okay, one more. And then I'll just save this. And then we'll be cooking with gas finally. Sherwin, you know what I would love to know from you? What is your ideal team for this New York Knicks? Like, if you could add, a couple players or a player or two, whatever, player, a star type player to round out this roster and make this roster what you think it needs to have to get to the championship or to be a contender, what would that be? What does the team look like? Because I'm always curious because you shoot down a lot of different stuff that's brought up, but I want to know what you have in mind. Like, what's your ideal look? And don't tell me Trey Murphy because Trey Murphy's not going anywhere. I know you love Trey Murphy. I do too, but he ain't going anywhere. Give me something that's realistic on the table that the Knicks actually could consider doing that you know of. Which one of these players out there that's realistic that they could actually go get? Because I'm always curious to know that. We go back and forth. I know it's all fun and games. You know what I mean? We're just going, shooting the breeze. But I'm really interested to know what you consider out there that might work. So please let me know, sir. All right. Let's save this and see where we're going. See what we get out of this bad boy. All right. Now, while that's saving, take a look at the chat, see what's popping. But that once again, that does really suck about Cam Reddish. Hopefully, the injury is not too serious. I didn't see it myself, so. Knicks 100 says I'm keeping Toppin and Jeffries. Oh, the young guys, yeah, yeah. I mean, you never know. You might catch lightning in a bottle with these guys. At the end of the year, Fournier has a buyout of $8 million. Evan. Um. Well, I don't. I don't understand. If he is on the books right now for 18.8 million, right? And then the 2024-25 season is a club option. That means we don't have to pick it up. So why would we have to buy him out? Why can't we just let that drop off? I mean, he's an unrestricted free agent in 2025, but that's if we pick up his club option in 2024. I don't understand why we would have to pay him money in 2024. I thought the club option was like we pick it up, we pick it up. If not, he becomes a unrestricted free agent. He can move on. Unless there's something I don't know. Please do explain. I appreciate the knowledge, man. When there's stuff I need to learn, I'm definitely willing to learn it. My guy Dunruss Gallman in the building. What's good? Appreciate you. He said, "Ron, how about if the Knicks could trade for Giannis if the Bucks doesn't work out?" Yeah, I mean that'd be great if it doesn't work out with the Bucks. But right now, you know that kind of it's like can't even think about it, brother. I like to say it, and I would love it, but they gave him Dame dollars because they know the Bucks need Giannis. Giannis is the Bucks. They turned that franchise around. They got a championship out of him, and in a small market like Milwaukee, he puts fans in the seats. They've made a lot of money with Giannis Antetokounmpo. So, yeah. Kuminga for Quickly. Yeah. There's not going to be a lot of people that argue with you. A lot of people like Kuminga. I'm okay with Kuminga. Yeah, that's the tough one, JLS. I don't see it either. I don't know if you're going to see, uh, Giannis leaving Dame, and that's why they did it because they're like, oh, okay, we can't. He's talking a lot. Giannis been talking a lot more than we've ever seen him talk. We can't afford to lose him. So let's see what we can do to make him happy. Let's go get Dame dollars. They did it. Yeah, it would have to be really bad, implode. And listen, there's always a chance that the chemistry and everything doesn't work. Like right now, it's kind of a Cinderella thing. Dame didn't want to go there. He wanted to go to Miami. But okay, you trade me to Milwaukee. Milwaukee is a championship contending team. They're number one in the East. They've got Giannis Antetokounmpo. I have a chance to win a championship here. I'm gonna be okay with it. It could work. But if for whatever reason Giannis is not used to having a guy like Dame who commands the ball and goes Dame dollar time on him, and then Giannis is just sitting there holding his hands. It could maybe it don't work, and maybe Middleton doesn't play the way Middleton is used to playing, and they struggle. And instead of them winning more and being real comfortable out there, they struggle. Giannis could be like, I don't know. Now this ain't gonna work either. He may not be patient enough to see it play out. They got a new coach. They fired Budenholzer. Maybe the coach don't work either. And then Giannis is just like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about everything that's going on here. This ain't really working for me. It's always a chance. I think the chance that it's going to work out is higher though. So I think they're going to be okay. But you never know. All right. Anyway, so according to where is it? Where's this damn article? According to Fan Nation, right? They're thinking about the Knicks and seeing what's going on out there. And really just saying what could help this team. What are we missing and what fits, right? They feel that Javonte Green from the Chicago Bulls might be a good fit for the New York Knicks. The New York Knicks are in a situation where we have no true solid backup power forward. And what we want is someone who can do a little bit of everything, but also is comfortable being in that backup role, and won't make a big deal like Obi did because Obi deserved more minutes, but he just couldn't get it behind Julius. But they want somebody who has the ability to play defense and the ability to stretch the floor and give the Knicks a little bit more of a dynamic they're not used to getting from their bigs outside of Julius. So he is currently recovering, right? He was hurt, but as long as he does recover naturally, like most players would, they think that he could contribute as a 3 and D wing, filling one more need by experimenting at the small 4, right? So the upside is something that you can highly consider that it might work out perfectly for the Knicks. Um, and let's take a look. Let's see what his numbers look like. Now, mind you, you're not looking at the numbers because you know this is it's more about the potential and what he does. All right. So currently, this past season, he was averaging 5.1 points per game, 2.8 rebounds, zero point 0.7 assists, zero point 0.8 steals, zero point 0.4 blocks, 53% from the field, shot 34% from three, 75% from the free throw line, and he plays really good defense, guys. Now, mind you, he's only going to be asked to play somewhere in between 5 and 12 minutes tops at the very most. Not even that, probably, not even 12 minutes, but just to have a guy like that to come off the bench and play and play some strong defense and then not be a total turnstile on, not like he can give you something on offense because he can knock down a free throw, he can knock down the corner three, he shoots pretty good around the basket, so he has some ability. You know what I mean? So that's the most important thing. Someone who can, shoot a little bit and play some solid defense. And which is a position of need for us because we've been struggling to get that type of play from those bigs. Now he's not huge. Don't get me wrong. He's you know 6'5", right? I get it. But his body frame and the way he plays, he's someone that if you're gonna get into that small ball type thing, he's got long wingspan, I believe. Let me see here. What's the wingspan on this guy? Uh, Shoot, 6'10" wingspan. All right. So 6'10" wingspan. He plays really good defense. He can knock it down a little bit. And I know that you guys are like, oh, another 6'5" guy. I know, but he plays bigger. He's a different type of player. And he's someone that if you can concerned about how the Knicks have all these players that are same height. This is a player that comes in and plays really good defense though, and can just be somebody you can kind of fill in this in the situation where he can kind of play at the small forward or he can play at the power forward to back up Julius because you don't really care about that guy backing up Julius that much. But if he's gonna back him up, he plays defense. Just a thought. I'm not saying he's ideal because of the height. I'm just saying he's ideal for Julius while Julius is here. Now, if Julius wasn't here, say he goes in a trade or something, then you go out there and you get yourself a traditional power forward. But what's your thoughts on Javonte Green possibly being a fit for these Knicks, whereas they can use him as an interchangeable piece? Because I have seen his defense and he gets it. He gets after it. So I like that part of him. Um, he shoots a little better than I thought too. Um, Let me drop this down. Okay, so let's see what the chat talking about. Um, okay. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna get to that, Sherwood. I'm gonna star it, and we'll talk about that in 2 seconds. Uh, wow. Knicks 100 says Giannis is the worst star we could pay for. Ooh, that's some strong words, bro. We would instantly regret it. Wow. What Giannis do to you, bro? Wow. All right. So, yep. New Knicks City and Squad. Appreciate you. The Organic Fanatics podcast. You know how it is. We always love you guys. Shout out to you and Raul. Raul. I think I said that right the second time. Appreciate you guys once again, man. Thank you guys. Please show your love and support them on YouTube once again. Uh Keyshawn says, "I'd rather get Patrick Williams." You and me both, man. Who wouldn't want Pat? I don't think the Bulls are gonna let that guy go. But yes, I would love to get Patrick Williams on this team. He's got a very versatile game, and he's got the size. He'd be perfect. But once again, he's a type of guy that commands more playing time. You can't have him in the OB frame behind Julius. That's going to be tough for him too. Um, Knicks 100 says Green is nice. Yeah, I like his game. That's why I'm even bringing it up. Because I seen him do some stuff, and I'm like, you put him on the Nick team where he's in the role for us, and he doesn't have to do too much, but he fits something and brings more defense to a Tibbs defense. Because say what you will, when Tibbs got his defensive players, he figures out a way to lock guys down. I think he's got something. Once again, that height, I get it though. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Sherwin. See, you did educate me on something right there. He says, Ron, the Knicks has team option of 19 million on Fournier in 2024-25 season or a 8.5 buyout. Got it. Thank you, Sherwin. See, like I said, this the same way we have to move in the chat. Whereas I may say something about certain things you may say, but I appreciate your overall knowledge. And when you educate me on something I don't know, I can take it. Ooh. Okay, you said, well, yeah, but that's the thing, Knicks 100. I think Knight is better because he's more of a power forward than Javante Green is. Javante Green is to me more of a small forward who can play power forward in a small lineup, but I think he's more of a small forward. But defensively, I think Javante Green is a better defender than Knight, in my opinion. This don't worry you, Sherwin. Sherwin says we can sign a Kai Jones and let him develop. He was a star in Texas. He was way better than Sims. He probably was, and he probably is. You want to bring a Kai Jones who's having problems in Charlotte to New York? Hmm? I just had a show the other day on the NBA wrap up, and I talked about how I feel like I was surprised that Charlotte cut him and didn't try to get this young man some help, put him in an NBA program and work with him to get him back on the right path rather than cutting him. But a guy like that, as I said, still needs to get some type of help. You want to bring him over to the Knicks and not give him that type of help that I think he needs? I don't know, bro. We can't just. I just think that we're in the realm of just picking and choosing guys and putting them on teams no matter what faults or issues they have. Everybody's talking about, oh man, Mikal Bridges is available. Let's go get Mikal. I mean, not Mikal. Miles Bridges is available. Let's go get Miles Bridges. Yeah, Miles Bridges is a talent. You can't deny it. But Miles Bridges got some anger issues, and right now there's probably a lack of maturity. And I'm not saying he hasn't been pushed to this point because maybe there's other stuff going on with his significant other, and it's forcing him to be in a position where he's lashing out and doesn't have a lot of control of his emotions. But nevertheless, he's still not in control of his emotions. And you want to reward that guy for what he's got going on. That behavior shouldn't be rewarded. He got to get his life together, get his stuff on the right path, and then he can get that second chance. But he got to get one thing straight first. Can't keep doing things. Like, you got to stop. Right. And the same thing with Kai Jones. Kai Jones, I think, actually needs some help. I think he needs to talk to somebody, and they need to get him to a point where he can kind of reevaluate what he's got going on in his life and change it, whether it's mental health issues or it's substance abuse issues, whatever it is. He needs a reevaluation of his life to be order to get him to a point where he can give an NBA team what they expect from him and where he can continue to build on his talent. Right now, there's too many distractions from his actions. So yeah, I would stay away from Kai Jones. Um, hey, Quiet Money in the building. Salute, Quiet Money. Let's keep it cute in the chat, y'all. All right. I see a lot of my highly opinionated people in the chat now. We all together, we Knicks fans, you know what I mean? Let's keep it straight. Not a knock on quiet money. I'm just saying in general. I see we got a lot of our people that like to go back and forth in the chat right now. So let's keep it straight. I don't want to continue to have the same stuff going on every chat every time we do a show. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt, as always. Um, Rebuild NYK is in the building. Salute. He said, good defender and shooter, great fit if he can guard the bigger wings. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he might be someone we can get on the cheap and not do too much to wind up getting here. But he could be definitely somebody that would, get some that, like, if there was a point where you say this is a guy that would force Tibbs' hand and make this a 10-man rotation instead of a 9-man, he might be a good fit. He might be able to prize some minutes out of Tibbs, and they would be beneficial for the team. You know what I mean? And then if we got any injuries or any situations where there's rest for certain players or foul trouble, he definitely could help, fill some of that void of certain players. Yeah. I mean, Kai Jones just wants more minutes, but that's not the issue. That the issue with Charlotte wasn't him complaining about minutes. The issue is his behavior. No, no, no. It's not about his saying that he's better than his teammates. It's about his actions. It's about his lives. It's about him looking like he's high on his lives and talking out of character with regards to his team. And I've heard some other stuff I'm not going to get into because I don't know if it's true or not. Heard some other stuff about his uh you know his movements outside of basketball, should I say? Which like I said, I'm not bringing it up because it's not for me to comment on. People move the way they move. So I'm saying, Sherwin, there's always more to the story. You know how it is. They cut him on the surface because of the fact that they don't want to deal with it. But there's other stuff going on. Nothing wrong with that. He can say he's better than LaMelo Ball. We know he's not. He can say it, but there's nothing wrong with that. You should feel if you're an NBA player and you're trying to be somebody who can really do things in this league and is here for years to come, you want to think that you are better than a lot of players. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the confidence. Like I said, Sherwin, it's more than that. It's not about just that. Um, Knicks One Today says Dylan Windler or Charlie Brown Jr. to shore up backup small forward space. I hope well, Jeffries, I don't know about his health. I think he's always been pretty healthy. I don't know. But Windler, we know the injury issues with him. If these guys if one of them can stay healthy and provide something, I think Windler might be the X factor, guys. He's got good game. Just can the guy stay healthy? Don't know. Wiz says if we replace RJ with any consistent 3-and-D, even Miles Bridges would make us contenders. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The consistency, that's the biggest knock on RJ. If RJ was consistent but just wasn't taking that next step, that next level, it would be harder to say I can replace RJ. Because if RJ gives you 20 points a game and he's consistent, you'd be like, hey, that's 20 points a game I can count on. And there's a certain level of play that I can say RJ is going to give that to me. But the fact that he is not consistent is what leaves that little window of like, I can get somebody in here and they can give me this type of play, almost every night. That's a difference. That's something you can depend on. That's the only knock on RJ. I mean, that wouldn't really make a team say we might have to move on. There's other things he can move on, but you know what I mean? Like that inconsistency is huge. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rebuild NYK says, I like Knight. His conditioning and motor worries me. I see the talent. Can you depend on him for big minutes in a pinch? Not sure he is if he's there yet. Right. Sherwin said the reason or cutting Kai Jones, the decision came after Jones displayed some bizarre behavior on social media over the last few months, which included criticism of his teammates. Yeah, that includes it. But that doesn't mean that's, as I said, I'm going to say it again, Sherwin. I've heard a couple other things that is outside of the social media thing. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. Shout out to David Smith. Appreciate you, man. Oh wait, no. I see you. I don't know. I don't. Maybe didn't see. Oh, here wait. Here you go. You said Sims is a stiff. Yeah. Uh. Okay, I see you, Carl Anthony. You know what it is, David? Is that some of your comments had came in close to David L, and I'm like looking at it and like I think it's the same person. Okay, Carl Anthony Towns is too injury prone. However, Knicks won't acquire him anyway. I got you. All right, I see you, David. Yeah, we see you. We see you. My bad, brother. If I kind of lumped you in, like I saw two Davids, and I'm thinking it's the same thing. My fault, brother. We definitely see you. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being here. Smash that like button while you're here, by the way. Okay, so before we get out of here, I do want to talk about, to me, the most important thing of today's show. Knicks play basketball today, folks. That's right. The Knicks are back. The Knicks are back. Yes, the Knicks play tonight. The second. Let me put my little header up here. Yes, the Knicks play game number 2 tonight. That's right, the second game of the preseason. It's weird because the preseason kicked off, and I feel like it's been going pretty quick, but I feel like the Knicks, they've spaced the Knicks out. Like the Knicks had a whole week since the last game, but whatever. The Knicks play tonight, 7:30 at Madison Square Garden against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you know, I don't quite know what to expect from Minnesota on their end because I don't know what's going to play out. I can tell you, if we're looking at the game preview, the game chart, which this is all kind of you know previous history, regular season stuff. So I don't know how much really. I don't know about the preseason stats that I don't know if they're taking into account that. Let's take a look at this. All right, so here we go. This is what the head-to-head kind of matchups looks like. Season averages per game, and I'm assuming this is primarily based on last season. Okay, I hear you, Sherwin. I appreciate you. Listen, I'm not saying I know more about the Charlotte Hornets than you do. All I'm saying is I heard some things, and which I don't know if what's true or not, but I just heard that there's a little bit more to the story. They just don't like Kai Jones's. They didn't like Kai Jones's makeup outside of just the social media stuff. There was some other stuff that probably it's their team, it's their investment. They follow these players. They got their little spies. They know what's certain things that happen. I'm just saying there's rumors. What I do too is I go on Nick Twitter and I go into these different chats. I don't just go into the Nick chat. I go into other chats and I just sit there and listen. So just telling you, look, that's what some of the people are saying that's going on with their team. I don't know. Whatever. That's why I'm saying I'm not repeating it because I can't verify that. I don't know if it's true what they're saying. I'm just telling you that that's the rumors and stuff that's going around. There's more than just that. They just didn't like his makeup, and for whatever reason, there's certain things that he's been doing, or there's people he's been around, and he just seems to be out of character from what they expected him to be. Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? So let's leave it at that. Um, okay, so once again, I believe a lot of this is based on the Knicks regular season stuff because it doesn't say preseason averages. So that's my assumption. Get these cookies out of here. Get up out of here, cookies. All right. So Knicks versus Minnesota. Um, you know what? No, maybe this is based on the preseason. This might be one game. Yeah, because yeah. This does make sense. Let me double check something here. This does make sense. Bear with me, guys. I think this is correct. Can I close this? Ah, man, I hate these ads and stuff. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's what it is. It's based on the preseasons. Okay, just wanted to double check. All right, so judging by the first preseason game the Knicks played, Knicks scored 114, whatever, Minnesota had 107. I don't think these stats really mean that much. This is not a lot. The Knicks had 39 rebounds, Minnesota had 51 in that game. The Knicks are a much better rebounding team than that. It was just one game, and we were getting a look at a lot of the players on the court. Uh Not all of our starters played the minutes that you expect them to play, all that good stuff. Assist totals similar, blah blah. Steals similar, blocks 10-7. Okay, turnovers. The Knicks did a good job of kind of holding on to the ball in that last game. Shooting from the field, that we are. They shot around 37.9, so 38. That sounds about right for who they are. And then free throw percentage, we shot for 75.8. They were 73.7. Okay. And then let's see here. Points in the paint, 52 to 48. I'd like that Nick number to go up. I would expect that number to be in the 50s when we're playing well. Second chance points, 19 and a half to the Knicks 8. And then fast break points, 17 to our 6. So that's just kind of taking a look at just some preseason stuff that's going on. Can't really put too much stock into it because it was the first preseason game. Not everybody plays and all this stuff, and it's different minutes. But as we get closer to the end of the preseason, maybe the numbers are going to start to look a little bit more similar to what you can expect early in the regular season. Um, yeah, I mean that's pretty much it with regards to that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So my personal thought is, well, we already know. Apparently, Tibbs said that he's going to be playing Jalen Brunson a little more minutes. So he's going to ramp up the minutes a little bit. I think he's slowly bringing them along, especially Jalen, who has played in the FIBA World Classic, or however you want to call it, and he's played a lot of basketball from the playoffs to FIBA, and then now the preseason. But he's apparently going to play some more minutes tonight. So I would expect to see him um, a little bit more. And let me see here. What was the minute totals last game? So the minute totals for the Knicks was Jalen. He's definitely going to be playing more than 5 minutes. Julius Randle played 12 minutes. I would expect Julius to play a little bit more than that too. Maybe somewhere in between 12 and 18 minutes. Um, and then I guess everybody else kind of played. Maybe RJ gets a couple more minutes. He played 15 minutes last game. But everybody else pretty much played a good amount of minutes. I mean, Mitchell Robinson played 23, Grimes played 22, Sims played 25, which is a high number for him. Quickly played 22. DiVincenzo got 22. Hartenstein got 20. Fournier got 20, which don't know if he's going to continue to get 20. His numbers may go down a little. His minutes maybe go down maybe to 15 or so. And then you got 20 from Miles McBride, another person who may see around the same amount of minutes because they want to give him a good look. Because once the regular season starts, Miles is really going to be struggling to get minutes. And Daquan Jeffries rounded that out with 12 minutes. Jacob Toppin played 9 minutes. Um, so yeah, I could see. I wonder how many more minutes that means for Jalen Brunson. I mean, he played 5 minutes, so that's a very low number. So maybe somewhere in between 10 and 15 at at the highest, maybe 18. I don't think Tibbs is going to go too crazy in game 2. When we get to 3 and 4, I would expect by the time we get to game 4, the Knicks are going to be playing. It's going to be like a dress rehearsal. They're going to be playing like they would play in game 1 of the regular season. So yeah, as far as what I expect the Knicks to come out tonight and play pretty well. I think that, Minnesota's 2-0 so far, so they've already played 2 of their preseason games. This is game 3. I expect the Knicks to put up a good fight tonight and really try to go out there and win this game it's always good to compete and continue that winning culture. And what I'm looking forward to, though, is I want to see the interaction between the starters. I want to see Jalen Brunson setting Quentin Grimes up to get that open shot. I want Quentin Grimes to take his time, square his feet, level himself up, and knock down those shots. He was 2 of 5 in the last game, which not too bad. That's 40% from three. I just want him to continue to knock down those shots when he gets them, because that's why I keep saying that I think Grimes is a good fit for the starting lineup right now with the Knicks, because I think they can get him a lot of open opportunities when the defense collapses, or if they want to double team Jalen Brunson. If Grimes is around that corner spot, wait there to get that wide open shot, knock that down. That keeps the defense honest, and then they can't always double team Jalen Brunson the way they might want to. Of course, Quickly could probably fulfill that role as well if he was a starter, but for right now, until something changes and Grimes's game becomes a little bit more efficient overall and he can start really taking over, I think he has to be the person in the starting lineup over Quickly for now. But I do think, and I've said before, I think Quickly is the best shooting guard on this team. We just haven't seen it really. We just haven't seen it because we can't depend on it right now. David Smith says Hartenstein is a very limited ball player. But he was one of the best centers, backup centers in the league last year, though. Even though he's limited, he said Grimes has a very bright future, in my opinion. I agree. We just need to see it translate. We got to give him some time. It is the preseason. I saw some Knick fans going a little crazy, like talking about how they hadn't seen a lot from Quentin Grimes yet. It's been one preseason game, folks. That's all it's been. Um, oof. Oh, there's a lot going on there. I don't know about Sims replacing Toppin, but Craig says it's great seeing Grimes hit consistent threes in practice, but I need to see this in the actual games as well. Right, that's what I'm saying. Grimes just needs to slow things down. He has a very quick release, quick shot, but sometimes he's too quick. He's just trying to get it up before the defense can set, and he's used to that. But sometimes he got to slow himself down and just kind of make sure he's level, square with the basket, and he's got it lined up. Like he's got a quick shot. He got to slow it down sometimes, just a little bit, not too much, just a little bit, just to make sure you're right. Yeah, JJ says, I don't want to see Sims at the 4. Our offense will be beyond clunky. I think Tibbs experimented with a little bit of it in that game 1. I don't think you'll see as much of it he might try it again just to see it one more time. I don't think you're going to see that much of it in game 2 because we did have some stagnation out there. The spacing was bad. People were clustered. It didn't look great. It wasn't pretty. So we'll see. I honestly want to see Fournier continue to get some minutes right now because I think Tibbs still needs to see Fournier go out there and knock down those threes and how that's a benefit to the Knicks. Like I said, he may not be a type of guy that you can give a lot of minutes. We already know he's a defensive liability. And we saw when he came into the game in game 1, the Knicks lead crumbled, right? Now, eventually it did build back up even while he was on the court, and he helped with that. But that's why I'm saying you got to have to figure out the best way to use them and beat. We talked about this before. I've seen it mentioned on other shows too. I think in specifically NBK, but Tibbs has to learn how to use guys on his team in a situation. So there's players on the Knicks that you say are situational as far as getting minutes. But Tibbs doesn't use guys necessarily when a situation dictates it. He just says, okay, this is going good. We have some time here. I need a breather for this guy. Let me bring him in. Or this guy's in foul trouble. automatically I got to go down the bench and bring this guy in. It's not the type of situations I'm talking about. Type of situations I would love Tibbs to kind of expand and open up his mind roster is when the Knicks are playing good defense, Knicks are scoring a little bit. The other team is winning because they're knocking down all their threes, right? And we are playing the defense that we can, but we're not stopping them, right? So if we keep hitting twos and they keep hitting threes, they're obviously going to keep expanding the lead. That's when I say, you know what? Let me put Fournier in there for 5 minutes. Let's just see in the 5 minutes if he can get a couple shots up and knock down at least one or two of those shots. And then if that gets us a little closer, then I can say, okay, Fournier, instead of the 5 minutes I was planning on giving you, I can give you 8. You know what I mean? You keep doing what you're doing. And if I still see that we're still within the game and we're not trailing, we're not losing momentum, we're gaining momentum. Maybe I can give you 10 minutes. And then I got to take you out because I got to get my guys back in there. But you know what I mean? Like, be able to be, uh, accommodating of what's in front of you. You got players on the bench, just like with Deuce. I think it's Al Trout. Is it Al Troutwick? I don't know who said it. I don't think it was Mike Breen. It was somebody else who said it. Whatever. Um, he feels that Deuce, if he played 25 minutes per game, would be one of the best defensive players in the league at his position because he just has that strong of a defense. He just has to really learn how to play better offensively. Deuce, in the same situation. If the Knicks are playing a team and we are playing our game, but yet on the perimeter, guys are lighting us up and we're not able to stop them, and we're playing our game, we're scoring. They're not stopping us too much, but they're still ahead of us. Like there's something missing there because on the perimeter, they're still getting us. Can Tibbs go, Deuce? Put him in for 5 minutes and see if Deuce can kind of shut somebody down a little bit, make it harder for them to get those shots. Just giving us a time to be able to close the gap, close the lead. Like that is the type of situational stuff I'm talking about. Tibbs is not doing that type of stuff. He's the type of guy like he only put Deuce in there if Jalen Brunson is in foul trouble, or Quickly's in foul trouble, or somebody's hurt. That's what a situation is. A situation is we've tried this. Our guys are going out there. They're giving their max effort. We're able to do this on our end. We're playing our game. Yet, even playing our game and things working, we're not stopping them. They're getting up all the 3-point shots that they can imagine. The point guard or shooting guard's going back door. We're not stopping. We're not cutting it off. This is when you say, let me take 5 minutes from somebody and put Deuce in there and see if he can affect change. That's the type of stuff I would love to see Tibbs do. That's all I'm looking for. I'm always hoping Wiz. Hey, listen, honestly, I think Tibbs did change already. Last year, Tibbs was a lot more experimental, a lot more open to making decisions. He benched a lot more players that we've ever seen him bench before, changed things around in the fourth quarter. He limited his rotation again and stopped doing what the front office wanted him to do. So I think he did change. But I'm saying it doesn't stop there, Tibbs. We need a little bit more change. Okay. That's how you become that upper echelon coach. That's how you become the Eric Spoelstras of the world. And when it goes into the playoffs, you know how to make the right moves because you're flexible. So we'll see. We will see. I got no score predictions or anything like that for tonight's game because it's preseason. I don't really care too much. I just want the Knicks to go out there and look like they're playing better. Look like they've improved in some aspect. Look like there's more ball spacing, ball movement. Guys are getting more comfortable getting into their game and starting to open it up a little bit. That's all I want to see. That's it. Even if the Knicks don't win the game, I don't care if they win or not. I just want them to play like in the amount of time that those guys are getting. I want to see improvement. I want them to see like they're making that step, like they're getting regular season ready. That's all. That's all I ask for. Yeah, Nick Yak, I hear you. Deuce can shoot. We're just waiting. Yeah, and that's the problem with Deuce. Deuce has already showed you. If you haven't realized this by now, Deuce got game, but Deuce needs time and Deuce needs repetition. Deuce ain't the type that he's going to go out there and all of a sudden just knock down 3 threes in a row. Can he do it? Yeah. But Deuce may need to be able to shoot 6 threes, to be able to see his form right, to square up, to get it right. And sometimes Deuce doesn't get that opportunity to be able to shoot 6 times from 3. You know what I mean? Like there's just certain things. Like sometimes a player needs to get that repetition going to get right. Not everybody's built the same. You see Fournier. Fournier is a shooter. He may go out there and take his first shot and miss it, but you know that he could easily hit the next 3 or 4 in a row because he's a shooter. Ooh. I don't know about this one, Nick Yak. I don't know. That's a tough one. Not hating on Deuce, but I don't know if I could say that he'll have a better career than Quickly. Because if he leaves the Knicks and goes somewhere else and becomes a starter, I think you're gonna see a Quickly you never saw before, like consistently, quickly getting busy. Because Quickly got game. Just give him more minutes and give him the keys and let him go to work. Somewhere else, you might see something you didn't think Quickly had. Now you could say, now if you give Deuce that say, remember, I'm gonna go back to it, and I hate to because he can improve, but the biggest knock on Deuce is that he doesn't successfully break down his opponent getting to the rim. That first step is slow, and that's always going to be the case. That's why you see even last preseason game, Deuce get to a certain point where he is trying to get by his guy. He doesn't get by his guy. He winds up passing the ball because if I'm stuck at a standstill and I can't break you down, I got to give the ball up because then I'm gonna wind up taking a bad shot that doesn't benefit the team or me. That's the biggest problem with Deuce, and it still has been that problem. You gotta learn how to get around guys somehow. Maybe guys need to set maybe that's when you gotta get into more pick and roll basketball with Deuce. And Tibbs needs to get guys up there setting picks so he can break. Once the pick comes, then he can go. Because off just dribble alone, he's not breaking down his guy and getting past. And until he can do that, I don't think you can say that he's gonna have a better career than Quickly. I just think that's hard. Now, defensively, he's gonna be like as he's continues to play. If he gets moments and minutes, yeah, he can be great on the defensive side. I'm just saying, there's no hate on Deuce because I really like Deuce too. Deuce defense is crazy. Yes, it is. It's nice to watch, and the more time he gets, the better it's gonna get. I think he is. I think Deuce is like I said, I like Deuce a lot. I just that's one thing that he's got to learn how to figure out. And if he can't figure it out, if he can't do it on his own, the team has to help him. The team needs to set those picks and those screens to kind of get him in positions where he can knock down an open shot off a screen, or the pick and roll where he can run off the pick, and that'll allow him to get that free lane to the basket if he can't create it on his own. That and even in transition, you've seen Deuce in transition. He's very good in transition. He gets to the rim. He knows how to finish at the basket. It's just when he has to dribble and the ball is in his hand and he has to dribble and break down his opponent. That first step is the problem. I don't know, man. You guys are it's tough for me to believe that you're saying because Deuce's defense is really good, yet IQ is one of the better defense defenders on our team at that position, that there's not that big margin of gap there between those two. Deuce is better, but IQ's not that far behind them defensively. He plays solid defense. Deuce is better. And you might say that Deuce can pick up your best play, the best opponent on the other team. I got you. IQ doesn't play those type of guys too much. So his defense is against lesser guys, right? So that's fair. I could rock with that. Um, but you can't remove the offense side of it. Like IQ can do a lot on the court, like offensively when he gets the ball. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up, who's the better point guard as far as facilitating and finding their teammates? I don't think IQ's the best, in general. But between Deuce and IQ, who's the better point guard? Who's the better facilitator? I think it's IQ. I've seen Deuce. Remember when Deuce first got here? He had a couple games, like he had 5 assists, 7 assists. He had that ratio, that like 7 assists to 1 turnover, and we're like, wow, he's very efficient. When's the last time you saw that? I know you might be saying, well, he don't get a lot of minutes. Even in the minutes he does get, when's the last time? What do you see? Deuce played in the preseason game, the first preseason game. He played. Where the hell is it? Deuce. Why can't I find Deuce? Miles McBride. There he goes. He played 19 minutes, right? He had 4 assists and he had 1 turnover. So once again, he's still very efficient, not too bad. He shot 3 of 10 from the field for 30% and 0 of 4 from 3. But like, I would hope that he can do this consistently. Now, I've seen Deuce get minutes and not necessarily know what to do with the offense too. He gets, especially when it comes to playing better players out there. You don't forget who we were playing, okay? We were playing a Boston team that wasn't playing any of their starters. Not a couple minutes. Like, they weren't playing a lot. Like, these guys weren't getting any minutes. So just keep that in mind when we look at what Deuce was doing out there. Just want to put that out there. And I do the same for Quickly. I know Quickly had like 21 points. I know who he was doing it against. So it's fair. I got you. I got you. Deuce is faster, which speeds up the game. Listen, can a guy be fast and not have a quick first step? Can you guys show me? Can we talk about, is there any video that I can go point to where I see Deuce breaking his guy down off the dribble and getting to the basket at will? Because to be a point guard, a consistent, successful point guard in this league, you gotta be able to break your guy off the dribble. It's called dribble, drive, and dish for a reason. You got to be able to dribble, drive to the hoop to break down the defense, or have the defense collapse on you, so then you can dish to the open guy and get an open look. That's the best basketball 101 for a point guard, right? Do you think Deuce can do that consistently? Maybe he can, but has he? Has he? I think Deuce, like I said, I really like Deuce's game. I really like what I think he can do out there, but I just haven't seen a lot of it or enough of it to say that he can do that. Would you give the keys to Deuce as to lead your team at the point guard? So say we didn't get Jalen Brunson. Would you make Deuce your starting point guard? Some might. Some might say his defense will make up for whatever things he lacks, and he can do enough with the ball that he won't make a lot of bad decisions. But is that going to open up the game for the rest of your team? Like, the whatever offensive sets you want to run, can he orchestrate them enough and make the defense honest so that they allow you to get into your game and get into your sets? Because one, if he can't shoot, the defender's not going to be honest. They're going to be cheating. You know what I mean? They're not going to play up on him. Two, if he can't break down the defender, if they do play up on him, how do you get into your sets properly? How do you get open looks, that the point guard can create for you? That's all I'm saying. It's tough. I'm not saying he can't never do it. I'm just saying I haven't seen enough of it right now to say that he can do it well yet. Shout out to Todd Barbie. Appreciate you, Todd. Thank you for being here. I don't think I've seen you in the chat, so salute to you for being here. I appreciate you. I hope you like the show. Smash that like button if you like what you see or what you hear, and continue to come back, man. We welcome you. He said Deuce can't shoot. Yeah. Listen, my whole thing about Deuce, I've said this from the beginning. Now, I know Deuce, people point to Deuce and say in college, he was really consistent at shooting. He had some decent numbers. He might have because he was used a certain way. What I think Deuce can do well, I think Deuce has a good mid-range game. When Deuce actually can knock down that mid-range shot and focus on that, I think he got a nice shot. That mid-range is just when he gets a little further out in range, when it's that three-point line, I think he loses some accuracy. But when he can stay in that mid-range area, that 15 to 20 feet or 15 to 18, whatever you want to call it, I like it. And I think Deuce can be effective. Guys got to know how to play off of their strings. I keep telling you this all the time with RJ Barrett. RJ should not be shooting as many threes as he's shot in the past. RJ should work on being able to break down his defender and get to the rim, which he does all the time, and then fake, break down, hit somebody with a little hezzy cross and step back, hit that little two. He's got enough strength. He's got enough ability to hit that from that range. When he gets further out, that's when things get a little hairy. Work on that mid-range game. I'm telling you, it's a part of the basketball art. It shouldn't be like, people threw it out the window. Like if people can't shoot a two no more. It's crazy. Whatever happens to the jump shot? Yeah, I know, Sherwood. That's the thing. If you can't shoot, I'm stopping you from driving. Right. It makes it easy for the defender. I don't got to play up on you. All I got to do is watch your hips, watch the ball. And actually, no, you don't even have to watch the ball. You're supposed to just, you could just watch the guy's hips. If he can't shoot, watch the guy's hips, how he's moving. As long as you stay with that guy and keep him in front of you, they're done. They toast. Got to be able to shoot. You got to make the defense honest. So Sherwin says, I'm not giving my keys to Deuce or IQ. Ooh, that's tough. I mean, like I said, I think IQ can be a starter on the Knicks or any other team, but at the shooting guard is where I'd put him. My personal opinion. David Smith says Deuce is a glorified backup. Maybe so. Nick Yak says he would be better than Elf Payton. Shout out to Alfred Payton, wherever you are. I know you ain't looking at this, but if you was looking at this, nope, not gonna do it. I'm gonna tell you right now, I think Alfred Payton's better than Deuce. Because guess what? There was points where, remember, Alfred Payton's game changed the longer he was in the league. But when Alfred Payton first came into the league, he was a triple-double type dude. He could get you a triple-double on any given night. I'm not saying he did it every given night, but he could. He had that ability to get you a triple-double, right? Was he the best shooter? No, he can't shoot either, right? But what Alfred Payton could do is break you down off the dribble and get to the rim. And he finished. And he played really good defense too. So, and like I said, I talked about how the fact that he could get you a triple double, which means he could facilitate and pass the ball. I think right now Deuce can be better than Alfred Payton, but right now Alfred Payton's better than, from what I know of Alfred Payton, he's better than Deuce. Okay, because he could do that. And his first step, getting to the rim, he could break you down off the dribble and get to the rim. Alfred Payton was a good finisher. He was actually a really strong finisher. So I can't say that yet, Nick Yak. I think Deuce could possibly be better than Alfred Payton for his career, but I'm not going to say he's there yet. Not until he continues to work on that. Like, we can continue to say the good things about a player and really enjoy and appreciate that, but you got to still say, has he changed? Whatever fault it was, there's a reason why Deuce got drafted where he got drafted. Has he improved on what the league thought about him? And I'm not going to say he has yet. Can he? Maybe. Will he? Possibly. But I don't think he's done it yet. I'm sorry. I know Deuce is a really good guy. I like him. I would love to have him on the show and interview him one day. That's it. That's all I can say. Deuce is a willing passer. Yeah. No, he is. He definitely is. Nick Nation 112, where the players dwell. What's good? Appreciate you, bro. How you doing? He says, salute Ron, SKF family, chat, and Knicks Nation. Deuce is a better point guard. IQ is a better shooter, but Deuce is a better scorer. The opportunity with the Knicks is not the same. That's interesting. Deuce is a better scorer. Deuce might be a better finisher at the rim than quickly, because my biggest thing. Let me see. Yeah, the biggest thing I say with quickly with regards to scoring at the rim, is that he doesn't have a great layup package. You know what I mean? His layup package is the overhand, like off the glass or right at the rim little thing, and then a little further out, he's about the floater. Quickly's Quickly's danger area is probably when he gets really close to the rim. When he's right up under the rim, he struggles a little bit right there. So his game is in a fast break open layup opportunity, okay. But with defenses there, that mid range is key for him because when there's traffic, he doesn't necessarily always finish the best at the rim. And what bails him out sometimes is he can draw enough contact to get fouled and go to the free throw line, which is good. Deuce is better finisher. I've seen Deuce go up with both hands. He knows how to switch. He's pretty good at that. So I would say he's a better scorer when it comes to under the basket. In that little mid-range area, I think Deuce has a better mid-range shot than Quickly. Well, no, I don't want to say that because Quickly can shoot from the mid-range. But Deuce has a pretty good mid-range shot. He just doesn't show it enough. When you get into that in-between area, the floater game, Quickly got that on lock in comparison to Deuce. All right. And then when we come back further from three, obviously Quickly's a better three-point shooter. He's sometimes inconsistent, but he's a better three-point shooter than Deuce. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So when I look at everything, I don't know if I could say Deuce is a better scorer. I think IQ is probably still a better scorer and a shooter, but Deuce is more effective in the paint area, especially when you're close to the basket. And in fast break opportunities, I think they're both pretty solid. Because, like I said, if Quickly is unguarded and straight to the hoop, he'll finish. He's not blowing layups. It's just he shoots overhand layups instead of underhand layups. There's no jelly there, folks. There ain't no jelly with Quickly. And if anybody's watching, don't know what that means. Jelly is just the term that the young kids use for like those flashy layups that you see up and unders and stuff like that, and to do a little sauce with it, stuff like that. He don't Quickly don't do the sauce. All right. Um, let me see. Oh, what's good? Artifact is in the building. Salute, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. He said, salute. Deuce could flourish if he's not pressured to score. Just come on to play defense, run in transition, energy guy. Yeah. And we know that Thibodeau's not going to do it because we know he's already shortened his rotation. We know how he likes to play and roll the guys out there. But Deuce could give us some of that stuff that we're missing from Obi as far as pushing the pace, getting out in the opens, and creating opportunities that way in transition. He may not be the dunker, but he is a solid finisher as far as getting to the layup spot and finishing those layups. So he might have to be that role to try to help bring us some energy and push the pace, whereas Jalen doesn't necessarily run the way that Deuce might be able to push it. Like I said, it's weird because could a guy be fast? Because it's funny that Deuce is fast, but he doesn't have a quick first step. Does that make sense to you guys? I don't know if it does, but that's the truth. He's got he can transition. He can go up and down the floor pretty good. But when it comes to the half court offense and he has to dribble and break down his defense and use that one step to get by, you know what I mean? He's a little slow. Ah, oh, okay, I got you, King Ribby. Yeah, he was talking about was the lady who you had on 2 days ago. So I want to link with her. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked out the NBA wrap up this past Thursday, we had Anya Labella on the show. She was pretty dope. We talked about the NBA, and then we got into hip hop and talked about how she got into the game of hip hop and her idols and stuff like that, people who resonated with her. And then we heard some music from her, and the music was pretty fire. She's very talented. So King Ribby, let me do this. I'll put the like, I mean, if you have an Instagram account, I don't know if you do. I never asked you that. If you got an Instagram account, you can go to Anya underscore labella 87. Okay. At Instagram. That's what it is. It's Anya underscore labella 87 on Instagram. Type that in. All right. Type that in on your Instagram, and you will be able uh to see her Instagram, and you can send her a DM, a direct message, and she will respond. She's really cool. She's very dope, and she stays on Instagram. So unless she's busy, you might have to wait a little bit, but for the most part, she gets right back. So yeah, and she already knows about you because we said it on the show. So definitely hit her up. And anybody else, please, check her out, check her page out, and check her music out. She's dope, and she's working on an EP right now. And when that comes out, she's already recorded a video for her stuff. I think you guys will like. She's got some hip hop skills. I like it, and she got a bop. She got one joint. That's my bop. But anyway, all right. Okay. Anyway. Oh, Knicks Nation 112 asks, Knicks family, who had a better NBA career so far, Obi or Kevin Knox? I mean, this should be easy. I'll answer Obi. Although, no, technically, if you really look at the numbers of time played and big moments, Kevin Knox has had some moments too. He's had some moments too. So you can't, and Kevin Knox had a nice little spell. Remember when the Knicks were just bringing people in that first year, that first rookie season, Kevin Knox had a pretty good season that year. So just saying. I hear you, Nick Yak. He said, that's what I'm saying. He can be better. Right now, Deuce hasn't shown it. Yeah, he definitely can. He definitely has the ability. And I don't know if, once again, I hate to say this, but this is the reality, guys. We're Knicks fans. Tibbs is our coach. He may never get a chance to do it here with the Knicks. Tibbs may never because of whatever reason, you've got players ahead of him in the pecking order. Deuce may have to go somewhere else in order to start getting better and reach his full potential. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just how it is. Sherwin said in college, Deuce was shooting like Damian Lillard from the logo. Dude, you don't got to tell me. I know, man. I love Deuce. When we got Deuce, I was super excited. I remember watching them games that Deuce had. I didn't watch all of them, but I saw some games. And then I started doing my research and looking at those games against him and Cade Cunningham. Deuce was getting busy against Cade. You know what I mean? Crossing him over, getting to the rim, dunking, hitting Cade with a cross, and then hitting a three Cade face. Like, oh. It's like, where's this Deuce? We need that. And locking Cade down on different moments. Now, Cade still got busy, but there was moments where Deuce got the better of Cade. So yeah, I hear you. But once again, I'm just gonna say a little something. Keep in mind, Cade Cunningham, even though he's taller than Deuce, he's a slow guard. Right? He's an Andre Miller type guard. So the fact that Deuce was breaking him down off the dribble, you know what I mean? Deuce is faster overall than him. And even if his first step is slow against Cade, that first step might have been fast. You know what I mean? So I guess I got to look at stuff in totality. Like certain things you don't think about until later. You're like, oh, snap. Yo, Deuce was getting busy. And yeah, he would break Cade down. Then I'm like, oh, wait, Cade was slow. Cade is slow. So if Deuce's his step is not that fast, maybe against Cade it was fast. Just saying. I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy, but I start to think about that later in life when I'm like, oh snap, I forgot about that. What happened to this Deuce? Then I start to think, oh, it's because Cade is slow. So he's cooking Cade. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. All that flavor, no sauce. I hear you, King Ribby. I know. You and me both, dude. I want a Deuce, but I really want to Trey Murphy. Like I thought we would get in Trey, and it got close, and I was like, "Oh, we're gonna get Trey," and it didn't happen. Pissed off. Pissed off. Never forget. We shall never forget. Vaughn Allen was good, my brother.
Right. He has speed. Talking about Deuce, that is. He has speed, but not explosive quickness. Right. That's about it. Yeah. David L says bride not given the leash like Chuck Grimes. Oh man. Huh. Hopefully the internet connection is still solid. I don't know. Oh crap! It's okay. No big deal now. We basically did the whole damn show like this. Looks like I'm still on Wi-Fi, even though I got my wired connection connected. The Wi-Fi is in control. Golly. Well, I hope everything has been going pretty good, guys. I haven't checked. I hope the connection in the stream has been uh been pretty solid for the most part. Let's just see here. It looks like when I'm looking at it on YouTube, it looks like it's going pretty well. Okay. Anyway, yeah. King Gribby says Obi. Uh JJ says, "Yep, Kate is slow." Yeah, yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like as fans, we look at certain things, we get caught up in certain things because of what we see, right? The highlights they try to show us, and like, oh, look at this guy. You guys remember the Jacob Toppin highlights that they was trying to show us when we first got Jacob Toppin? Had him looking like he was Obi the second. I'm like, oh my goodness, what did we get here? And then I started going. I said, let me look at some game film, like actual game that he's playing out there with his team. He don't look like Obi when he's playing out there in his team. The way they use him, the way he plays, he ain't Obi. He's different. He plays probably better defense. He can still do certain things that Obi can do. uh, That Obi can do, should I say? He can't score the way Obi can score. Obi can put up buckets. Give Obi 30 minutes a game. Obi's getting buckets. His brother ain't the same. Maybe it may be a good thing. Maybe he fits what we need better. I don't even know if he'll be able to make the team, but if he is on the team somehow, goes to the G League, whatever, he might be able to do some stuff that Obi couldn't do for us on the defensive end, and that might fit what Tibbs likes better. So we'll see. Corey Scott, salute. He said, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing and liking. Hopefully you like and support the show. He said, y'all crack me up about what player could do better than another player. RJ, but can't produce in certain roles or never really been like that. Certain players have always been role players, IQ and Grimes. Well, maybe, but IQ has been a player that's in a role because of who's ahead of him, right? And what we're saying is, I'm going to give you my best example. My best example to date because it's current and you can see it. I'm going to pull it up. You ain't saying nothing but a word, Corey. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up so I can make my little case here. Uh, no, not that. Here we go. Here we go. This is my example. And this is one of the best examples you can have because it shows you this is what happens in the NBA. When you think you know a player, put them in a different situation, in the different circumstances, put them as a higher priority on the food chain, and see what happens. Give me one second. Okay, Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges. We have touted and bigged him up for the way he plays defense since he's come into the league. He's the one that got away. We had a chance to get him, we didn't do it. Right? Since he was with Phoenix, he has been. Hold on one second, because getting congested and nasal. One All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was getting like, when you deal with the weather change, at night I sleep with the fan on, and I woke up this morning and I was like, I knew it. And I was like, oh no, getting congested out here in these streets. Okay. So and I should have took that into account and been drinking tea this morning instead of drinking coffee. All right. So like I was saying, Mikal Bridges, for example, played with Phoenix. He plays really good, solid defense. We appreciate him for that. We know he's got some ability to shoot, knock down the three. But he was in different moments when he gets limited usage. He's not used to having the ball in his hands all the time. So sometimes we wouldn't see his offensive game for what it could be. And then there was other moments where he did what he did. He had some good times out there, right? But he is an option behind Chris Paul, behind Devin Booker, behind Andre Ayton, right? So that's the situation that's going on, right? Then you trade him, send him from Phoenix to the Brooklyn Nets, where he's behind nobody. They basically turned him into a number one. You could even say, if you want to say number two, but no, he was the number one option over there. And look at the difference. All right. Look at the difference. So let's see here. This is what I'm saying. The whole thing with Quickly. Quickly is behind Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett, really on the pecking order here. Behind three other players. Put him on another team where he's the number one or number two option at a starting shooting guard spot. And you watch Quickly can go out there and do some different things because he's just used differently. He gets the minutes and he gets different usage. All right. So let's take a look at Mikal Bridges. Pull these numbers up. Boom. All right. Mikal Bridges, folks. All right. Let me get this out of here. Look at these numbers. What you see here? He was averaging 17 points with Phoenix. And look at the numbers. 13, still young, coming into his own. 14 points per game, then 17 points per game with Phoenix, right? 4.3 rebounds, 3.6 assists. You see the defense stuff. 89% from the free throw line. Solid free throw shooter. Quickly is a solid free throw shooter too, for example. 38.7% from three. Quickly, I think, shot around 37 last year. 46% from the field, right? Then you take him away from Phoenix, send him to Brooklyn, where he becomes the number one or number two option.
Around here, you like to keep
26 points per game. Look at all the numbers. Still stays the same, right? Still does what he does on the defensive side, still gives you the rebound, still gives you whatever. I mean, the assist dropped a little bit because now he's a scorer. But look at the shooting from the free throw line. Still 89%. You know what I mean? Look at his shooting from three, 37.6, 47.5 from the field. He actually went up a point, but 26 points per game. Look at the minutes. The minutes with Phoenix, 36%. 36 minutes per game. 34 minutes with Brooklyn. He actually plays a couple less minutes with Brooklyn. It's all about the usage. Being that he's a number one option or number two option, 26 points per game. It ain't easy to score 26 points per game in the NBA, folks. That's a lot. So that's what I mean by you give somebody the opportunity in the NBA. When these guys got NBA talent, you don't know what it's going to be. They could go out there and light it up, put them in a position of confidence where they feel like, oh, I'm the man now. Like, y'all believe in me. This is like my team. That's how you kind of look at it. This is like my team. I'm the guy. It changes things. So yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. But I hear you what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, that's the thing that we look at when we look at some of these NBA players that are on the fringe. We don't notice how good they can be when you put them in a different situation. It's the same thing we're going to witness and see if it matters with Obi this year. Now that Obi's with Indiana, will they use him differently? Will he look like a different player? We'll see. We'll find out. I think Obi's got a problem because that kid behind him is really good. So he may be fighting for minutes over there in Indiana as well. Yeah, so I don't know. Just because a Corey says just because a player can shoot better than another player doesn't mean he is better than said player. No, that's true. That's true. I don't know who's that's in reference to. Is that still going back to the the Deuce comments, or I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, not even talked about Isaiah Roby and Dwayne Washington. It's true, man, because I don't know, man. I don't think Roby may get his Roby's on the team. I think Roby will be here. But Tibbs is not blown away by Roby, or else we wouldn't have this conversation. If Tibbs was blown away by Roby, there would be no reason for Nathan Knight. You know what I mean? Yeah, Craig says Sabrina is learning not to talk about your fellow New York teams. Yeah, man. Yeah, sometimes you got to learn the hard way. They got a wake up call. Bullock is available, but I don't think Bullock is the same player he used to be. And even offensively, I don't know, man. He's a one-trick pony. He's a three-point shooter and kind of similar to Fournier with regards to offensively. But Fournier's a better shooter right now at this point in his career. But Bullock was still a good shooter. But driving to the lane, if you get him past the 3-point line, he's in trouble. Defensively, obviously, he's a better defender than Fournier, but I just don't know. I don't know if they're even looking to bring a guy like Bullock in. Plus, Bullock, he said a little couple things. You know how this Nick team is very relationship wide and all this stuff. Bullock said a couple things and joking about Julius and how it was playing with Julius and when it comes to defense, and him and Theo Pinson had a nice little chuckle. And I don't know if they talked about any other players or whatever, but I don't think that the Knicks necessarily love that. So I don't know. They might not want to touch Bullock. Pause. Taryn Mosley, what's good, my brother? I hope you're doing well. He said, I'm not sold on Deuce like that. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring McCall back into the issue, man. I love talking about the possibility of him being a Knick, but I don't see it ever happening. I hear you, JJ. But I'm just saying he's a great example of a guy who gives you those fringe numbers, but put him in a situation where he becomes the option, the number one option or number two, and look at the numbers. It's crazy. Yeah, he's very efficient, man. He's very efficient. Macal's that guy, bro. Macal's that dude. We messed up when we let him go. And Philadelphia wasn't messed up too, because didn't Philadelphia draft him and then they traded him? What were they smoking? Uh-uh. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I think we kind of we're a little quiet, a little sleepy when it comes to some of our players, because we kind of see them in roles that we have on this team. And you can't always look at it that way. I get it, because we got to look at it for what it is for us. But you put somebody in a different role somewhere else, you'd be surprised what you might be able to get out of them. Just saying. Now on the flip side too, let me just say this real quick and be done with it. On the flip side too, we never seen Julius Randle play this good anywhere else. Even with the Pelicans, he had some good moments. He had some big games. I think he put up 40 something against who did he do that against? What's his face? The dude from Turkey, the Enes Kanter. Yeah, he had some good moments, but he never looked this good anywhere else. Now you could just say he grew that way and his game turned out to be that way. But once again, in fairness, it's happened with the Knicks under Tibbs. So sometimes Tibbs can make a guy turn into something special too, even if it's not necessarily everything you want to see from him. Julius Randle never looked this good anywhere else before. So give credit to Julius, but also give some credit to Tibbs and how he uses them. Always, very true. Very true, Sherwin. When you play on a bad team, your stats go up. This is true. But it's also the opportunity to be able to, um, be a part of the offense. I don't care if quickly go if say the Philadelphia 76ers trade Joel Embiid. Will they necessarily be a bad team? We don't know. Will they be as good as they were? No. But if they trade Joel Embiid, say to the Knicks, and the Knicks send them Emmanuel quickly becomes the starting point guard or shooting guard, whatever, and Maxi becomes the other one, whatever. And they're in the backcourt together. And then we send them RJ. RJ's going to score his 19, 20 points, whatever. He's going to get that over there. And then they keep a lot of the other players they already got on their team, right? And they keep some of that defense. Like they keep the PJ Tuckers, they keep the Patrick Beverleys. That team might be a team that competes, not for a championship, but they compete. And quickly may be able to get busy over there on that team. It's all about whatever team you go to and how they use you. So you never know. It just depends on the team. Hey, what's going on? My guy Wesley Robinson, salute. I'm checking in from Strong Island, New York. The Rakim, Public Enemy, De La Soul, EPMD, Jim Brown, Dr. J Rock Marciano, Method Man, Keith Murray, Freddie Fox, Ashanti, and countless others. Appreciate you, Wesley. And thanks for taking the time to write all that. What's good, bro? Jay Ellis says, hell no to Bullock. Yeah, I think at this point, Bullock just doesn't give that same thing that he gave before. Like now, at this point, I mean, because he hasn't even been getting busy with the Mavericks like that. Like it just hasn't worked anymore the same way. Sharice, what's good, Sharice Duncan? Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. She says Deuce needs a jump shot. Facts. He just needs to be having consistent jump shot, and it don't have to be a 3-point shot. Just a jump shot. Just be able to hit that extended 2. You know what I mean? King Ribby says, hit them likes, subscribe, and share. Thank you, King Ribby. That's right. Listen to King Ribby. He's telling you the right thing to do. Please hit that like button. Show your love for the show. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in and rocking with me. All right, guys. Well, listen, man, we're almost going on that 4-hour mark. And as much as I keep saying to myself, I'm not going to keep doing 4-hour shows. Guess what I did again, folks? Another 4-hour show. Anyway, I thank you guys for rocking with me. I'm excited. I can't wait to see more, Knicks preseason basketball. The season is right around the corner. Tonight is game 2. Once again, that's 7:30 at Madison Square Garden versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. It should be fun. Get your stuff together, get your snacks, take care of your errands so you can sit down and relax and enjoy. It's Knick basketball again, baby. And Mari would say, the Knicks are back. The Knicks are back. So we are here, man. And yeah, man, I'm excited to see what they look like tonight. Hopefully it's another good one. Let me see. Yeah, Wesley Robinson says, I want no part of Bullock either and time to give IQ his extension. Ooh, ready to pay that man. Okay. Nick of Time Show J. Ellis says, when you play on a bad team, your stats might go up, but your efficiency drops if you aren't that guy. That's what happened to Randle. Macau is still efficient. Fair. You guys saw the numbers. Macau's efficiency stayed the same, which I'm kind of surprised because he's getting more shot opportunities, putting up a lot more points. He still stayed around the same number, 38% from 3, so 40-something percent from the field, 89% from the free throw line. Macau's special. I don't think Macau's going anywhere, guys. I think we could always say what we want. I don't think the Nets is giving up on that young man. That'll be tough. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says Obi had a better first 3 years than Randle. Lakers let Randle walk like he was garbage. True. We all know how Julius Randle's career started. Oh, man, that was bad. I think it was either the first or the second game of his rookie season. Getting hurt that way in your rookie season, the first or the second game. Oh, that was bad. That sucked. Yeah. They didn't really value him that way. And LeBron came over there. right? Oh no, no, wait, no. LeBron was after. Sorry, I forgot. Julius actually got to play with Kobe or be there when Kobe was there. So yeah, I mean, I think this maybe they just didn't get a chance to really see what Julius could really do over there. They didn't give him a shot, and that Kobe type of team over there, they already had a certain way that they played basketball, and like we need you. Like Kobe was already at that point where like, every year is like, can we win the championship this year? So if you ain't ready right then and there, we can't really focus on you. We got to focus on who are the players that can get us close to winning another championship this year. That was how it got towards the end of Kobe's career. Like everything was, how do we win a championship this year? So I just think they just didn't really give Julius the best opportunity to kind of get it going, you know. Plus he didn't really know who he was yet. Julius didn't know what type of game he really had because his game is different, a little different from what it was when he first came into the league. It's a little different now. Um, Craig says IQ 4 years, 85 million. I'm okay with that. I'm even okay with going up to 90, Craig. But I'm not okay with the 100. I'm okay with the 90 at the at the top. But I would most likely say 85 would be a nice number. I know the Knicks would love to get him at 80. I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, 85 I think pay that man because he can fit with the Knicks, and if you want to move him and trade him, 85 million, that type of contract for 4 years is a contract you can move because he's a player that has value. He can score on offense and he plays decent defense. You can move a guy like that. So yeah. Shaw Legacy said Lakers let Randle walk for LeBron. Knicks let Obi walk for two garbage picks. Who's the bum? Okay, I hear you. JL says same Ron. I'm with you. 90 the most. Yeah, I think that's at the most. Yeah. Yeah, we can't get too crazy. Sorry, IQ. You deserve some bread and a chance, but that ain't it. We gotta calm down here. Don't get too crazy out there. These streets, there's a lot going on. All right, guys. I think that's it for me. I'm gonna do some things, take care of some business, and then get ready for this Nick game at 7:30. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here and rocking with me. Once again, smash that like button. Let me see where we're at with the likes. 88 likes. Man, we could get to 100. It would be great. We got 88 likes. Can we get 12 more likes before I end the show? Let's see. Let's see. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please do, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And let me just double check something because I want to make sure that I hope there's nothing I didn't talk about. Karl Anthony Towns, Joel Embiid, preseason, Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle confirmed Skechers. The answer at backup power forward in Knicks free agency, Javante Green. Yep. Okay. At least I covered everything. Sometimes I get caught up in these shows. We have great conversation. And I'm like, man, I didn't even talk about what I wanted to talk about. But nope, this time I covered everything. So good. And hopefully you guys are smashing that like button. I see we at 90. Can we get 10 more? Can we get 10 more? I could be in the situation that most of you guys already hit the like button that are here, and maybe the people that were here before didn't smash the like button. But it's okay, man. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to those that may be viewing this on Twitch and on Facebook. I appreciate y'all as always. Thank you all for always rocking, supporting the show. And yeah, it's time to get to on the road to 3,000 subscribers. Let's get to 3K, man. Thank you for mentioning that, Nick's a nice pudge earlier. Yeah, let's get there, man. You know what I mean? It's about time we start pushing the initiative. You know what? Because yeah, I think I'm ready. I'm ready. So guys, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Nick fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 ish for Know the Ledge. Mondays for SKF Weekly with my guy John and my brother Jose holding it down on Monday nights at 9 p.m. and on Thursdays for the NBA wrap up on the Nothing But Knicks channel. I see a lot of you guys, and I know, listen, I get it. Some of you guys are Knicks fans and don't want to hear too much about other teams around the NBA. You're concerned about your team, and I get it. But remember, this show is two parts. The first half, we talk about the NBA. The second half, we get into hip hop. And hip hop is the most influential and most lucrative genre in the world. So you can't tell me that some of you don't like hip hop. I know maybe not everybody, but if you like hip hop, tune in, man. Tune in. You know, right now we got a lot of different young artists and guests that are coming on that are not necessarily household names. They're getting their feet wet and starting to do things, or they've been around doing things that you just don't know about them. So we're trying to expose more and more people to their talent. But you never know, if you guys continue to support, show the love, show the numbers, it will influence other people that I reach out to say, you know what, people are tuning in over there. People like what's going on, and then they might want to come on to the show. So when I'm reaching out to a Pete Rock, when I'm reaching out to Styles P, when I'm reaching out to Jadakiss, who is a Knicks fan or loves the Knicks just like Sheik Louch, and maybe they might say, you know what, let's go jump on the NBA wrap up and show some love over there. Talk about this hip hop stuff and the rest of the NBA. So please support the shows. Please show your love. I can't tell you how much it means to me, as well as even Sim and NBK. Thank you so much. Uh, Hitting that like button is painful for some people. Yeah, man. I hope not, man. Please do. Oh man, yeah, we rocking you, rocking you, rocking you like Bobby Condas. Yeah, look at Sherwood. He knows. I see you. I see you. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Jay Ellis. I appreciate that, man. We thought it would be a good idea. It's gonna take some time. We just did our 9th show this past Thursday, so it's still new. We're still getting it together. But I'll tell you this: I got guests lined up until November, middle of November, almost at Thanksgiving right now. So we're starting to get people in. And the more and more we continue, the more and more people will learn about it. And hopefully we give you that quality content that you'll like. Well, like I said, there's something for everyone. If you like hip hop, you go, you don't even have to tune in too much to the first part of the show. You can have the first part of the show in the background. You're a Knicks fan, like, I don't want to hear about the Bulls or Brooklyn. All right, just have it in the background, see where we're at. When we get to that second part of the show, that's when you pump up the volume. You know what I mean? Um, so definitely, yes, King Ribby, you've been a big supporter. I appreciate you, brother. And hopefully you continue to do what you got to do, get right, get where you want to be, and we'll get you on the show as well. You know what I mean? So you can start showing your talent, because the Nick community is very talented, guys. Let me tell you. Okay, I hear you. All right, King Ribby, I got you. I will tell you though, we booked and busy all the way till Thanksgiving now. So it may be December. I'm just being honest. Okay, guys. Well, thanks again for tuning into the show. I appreciate you. Smack that like button on your way out. And if you're just coming in right now, please watch the replay. Maybe you enjoy the content. I know it's a long show, 4 hours, but that gives you some time to kind of catch up. You can kind of speed through and get yourself ready for tonight's game versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. Knicks preseason game number 2 at 7:30 on MSG and all its networks and platforms. Wherever you watch it. All right, we out of here. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. Let's go Knicks.